in particular out of these, particularly the top order, because these, of course, the top 10 are perhaps the top 10 favourites as you would expect at the start list. Who's going to be looking at this and thinking, actually, the run is really going to benefit myself?
I would really say the top three girls here, Peter, Ayurveda and Jelistratova. Jazz is a super fast runner too, the Australian. And so is Gillian Saunders, one of the veterans in this field from South Africa, living in London right now.
There's a few in this list that have already seen the podium, as you mentioned, Lisa Pertera getting third in Huatulco in Mexico. Of course, Jazz Hedgeland as well, getting third in New Plymouth earlier back in March in 2019. It's always good, particularly at the start of the triathlon season, to have a couple of podiums under your belt, and there'll be some who are eyeing up this race and thinking, right, it's time to go from the third position, second position. Goal is now the big target for today.
Yeah, definitely. You had that first couple of breakout races when you dust off the cobwebs, and then you get into a good block of racing. You also have time to go back and do some adjustments if you feel you need some sharpness here or there. So I think now we're going to see the sharp end of the fitness for some of the girls. Girls that maybe not having had so good races are going to break through and suddenly be contenders, and other girls are going to just cement their highest, racing at the highest level, and going to be continuing hitting podiums.
You see there the number 36 jersey, Stania Polianskaya Protesania, actually a duathlete by trade, more experience in duathlons than triathlons in her career, so it'll be interesting to see if the Russian can really take advantage of that, even though she is the final jersey number in our women's field this morning. Of course, there are others that have had perhaps a few podiums in their careers but haven't really made the big jump to being consistently up there. You look at Kaylee Spearing, for instance, 4 podiums in her career so far, her last World Cup event. So back in June 2018, 20th in Antwerp. This could be the race to start her 2019. As we take a look at the course, you can ignore the swim this morning, the 750-metre loop that would have been done for the early morning swim twice, of course. Instead, we'll be going with the run. The 2 laps of the 2.5 kilometre circuit in the park before getting out onto the bikes. And the bike course, it looks fast, but those hairpins and a couple of 90-degree corners as well are certainly going to slow down, particularly if there's a big peloton, a big pack of riders all together.
Yeah, definitely. It slows you down and it hurts your legs. We're going to sprint out from the dead turns. So you want to be good positioned when you come into the dead turn, or you're going to do double the work if you find yourself further back in the pack.
I have to say, I haven't been out on the course at all today, but that little chicane down near Charles de Gaulle Street that you may have just seen as well, I'm wondering how that's set up, if that's going to be a fast left-right through, or if that's going to be, again, another moment which is just going to slow down particularly large groups as we take a look at some of the athletes trying to get warm. It's not the warmest morning, but temperatures have gone up a fair bit. We were around about 9 degrees or so, not 40 minutes before the start, but that's already starting to rise rapidly. There you see that the air temperature at the moment, 12 degrees, the water temperature, 17 degrees centigrade. It means that we wouldn't have needed wetsuits in the water if we were doing it. It's nicer as well, I guess, to have a first run, a short run, particularly if it's a slightly chillier morning, just to get the blood flowing, get everybody nice and warm and ready, and then you can kick on into the bike straight away.
Well, actually, looking at the temperature, the water looks nice and warm compared to the air. So maybe they could have gone down to the water and warmed up a little bit.
Now, I was asking you about this because I'm not 100% sure how that would happen in terms of a colder air temperature compared to the water temperature. I would always be imagining that the water, if it's around about 9 degrees or so in the morning, would be absolutely freezing to get into and a shock to the system. But you think it's perhaps because Kazakhstan's slightly more landlocked, if you will, and it's going to be a body of water that's generally heated up throughout the day, every single day.
17 is not much either, so I think these girls are, when it's 12 in the air, you're going to put your wetsuit on and get into the water. It's not going to feel like nice and perky. To have a run to warm up, like you said, these girls, you can see they're keeping quite nice and warm here, and they keep moving around and they have jackets. And compared to if you have done a warm-up swim and then you come out to get ready for the start, it's actually quite tricky to stay warm and not cool down because you're cold, you're wet, and you're going to stay in line and wait for 10-15 minutes before you're allowed to walk out to the pontoon. So here they're all going to be probably the bodies are going to like this format better. The legs are going to scream though by the end of the day, because the duathlon is way harder to race compared to triathlon.
We are about 3 minutes away from the start of this event. What about in terms of mental preparation, particularly because the women's event is so much earlier than the men's? They're going out first, and we get told this information around about an hour before the start time. We imagine that the athletes probably hear it a little bit earlier than us, but not too much earlier. If you wake up in the morning and you suddenly find out that you're not swimming, is there a different gear that you have to click into mentally?
Well, I think maybe during the past couple of days where the athletes have arrived, they had their race briefing, they might have had some preparation that it might turn into a duathlon. But it is difficult, and it's tricky when you have such a late change. But it's also part of the sport. We always race over different courses in different countries, and the athlete that can adapt to change the best is normally one of the best athletes out there. So it's kind of something you have to wrap your head around and just accept the situation and make the best out of it.
Say there are a few of the women down there that don't look too happy about the temperature at the moment. Everybody still seems to be braving a little bit of a breeze this early morning that's sweeping across this park, and of course last few seconds ticking away before we get underway here on the start line. As I say, Lisa Pertera wearing that #1 jersey, the Austrian, really fancy her chances today. Ai Yuda as well, the almost ageless Japanese triathlete, the Iron Girl as her nickname is. She has been speaking to the press earlier this week about the event, and she's been on the road to recovery since a crash in Abu Dhabi in the mixed relay. She had a couple of bad injuries in that, but she's taking every single race as it comes. She feels like she's improving. She's itching to get on the podium this weekend in Kazakhstan.
Из Японии, победитель Кубка Мира в этом году в городе Кейптаун, представительница Японии Ai Uya.
One thing about duathlon is the starting position is not as crucial as in triathlon. In triathlon, it's quite a tactical choice if you go right or left or stand in the middle. For duathlon, it's not going to change. You start so much in the first 100 meters if, wherever you stand on the start line.
Well, we're not going to be having that fight to the first buoy, that's for sure, and everybody trying to get on the inside. And I mean, you will know, Lisa, that there is sometimes the odd little elbow that gets thrown around when you get into those tight groups in the swim, that's for sure.
I'll tell you, it's more than an odd elbow. I was watching the polo team practice the other day, and I was saying to them I should be, in there with them, because that would be the best training for me. Or maybe even the underwater rugby players. Because triathlon is kind of a tough sport, especially when it comes to the water game.
At least they'll be less battered and bruised, perhaps, after the 5-kilometer run that will start this duathlon off in Kazakhstan this morning, as the athletes' announcements continue to be called out over the PA system here.
What's interesting with the duathlon format is, so for swimming you have the draft components in the water. So if you swim on someone's feet, you actually, make it about 30% easier for you. In the run, you don't have that much of a draft. So my guess is the field is going to be a little bit more spread out when the bike starts. So you'd actually work in the way in the race that the field you won't see the two big groups that you normally see in a triathlon. It'd be more like spread out to small groups. Or if I was in the race, that's how I would like it to play out. I would really push the pace, not to have a massive front pack to sit in for the bike.
It is interesting how it would be approached tactically, particularly by the strong runners in this. Would there be anybody that's tempted to try and go for broke early on this 5-kilometer run and really try and perhaps push it too far? Is it about being controlled in the attack on this first section of the duathlon today?
Well, it's a mix of both. If you feel like you are a very strong runner and you can go hard and you still have a good 10K, then definitely that's the way you should play it out. You don't want to have a bunch of girls with you for the 10K. You want to eliminate your competitors as early as you can. But it also gambles, of course. Some girls are going to try to conserve as much energy as they can and just hang on to whatever's going to be the front pack. and then go for broke for the last 10K.
Interesting there. You saw the Danish athlete Anna Holm waiting until the very last minute before her name is called to get that final piece of warm weather wear off her body and get down to the start line, and everybody's just trying to stay as warm as possible. Still limbs being rubbed down there too on the start line. There are a few that certainly don't look too happy whatsoever. You can just see.
And you see, these girls are all very skinny, right? The coaches look all warm and cozy with their jackets and their slightly larger, bodies. But these girls are, right down to the ribbit in terms of body fat, and of course the cold is gonna hurt a bit more.
Lisa Pertera in the #1 jersey is just off to the right of centre of this field as they line up at the start line. There you can see just in the near part of your screen, Gazia Kumakbayeva, the Kazakhstani athlete representing the home nation. We get going here on the first of the runs then this morning, the 5-kilometer run underway to start this duathlon in Kazakhstan and Nur-Sultan World Cup event. Women's elite field get going on their first lap.
It's actually got a big difference around a 10K or a total of 15K. Some girls gonna find this quite challenging.
Right side of that pack as they came towards us, setting the early pace as we get out on the bikes and follow this group around on lap 1.
It's almost like watching a track race, right? I was in Stockholm watching the Diamond League a week back. This looks pretty much similar for the 1500 meter start. Same amount of shuffle and hustle. So the perfect scenario here would be to get a group of 5 to 8 girls away, I think, as you have someone to work with. If you're much more than 8, it's difficult to get good cooperation in the group and get everyone to work, but around 8 seems to be a very good number.
So the run is going on, and we see the leader even now in 1 or 2 minutes after start. So let's make
some of the girls are being quite tactical, just staying behind and trying to see who's going to do what, how quickly the race is going to be. Everyone knows that running somewhat conservative or even like a build into it is a much nicer way to do it than to go out a little bit too hard.
Zakova, the Russian, certainly setting the pace. Gets a fair bit of distance between her and her competitors very early on here.
No one seems to be interested in joining her.
Dangerous, perhaps a slight naivety. She's new to the circuit in terms of the World Cup events. Zakova.
But she might have an amazing background as a runner, in case what she's doing is what she has to do, basically. But to be out there by yourself alone is not the way to race the Olympic distance duathlon race. I think you need to have someone and at least a couple of other girls with you for the bike.
5 events under her belt as a pro triathlete, and it's Zakova.
You're wondering where everyone else is. I thought World Cups were difficult.
Seems happy to be out there and leading the pack in the early going, that's for sure. She is continuing to increase that gap early on between her and the rest of the field. This is, I think the term you'd use would be brazen from the young athlete to start this one, that's for sure. There's nobody whatsoever trying to break out and stay on her heels. You mentioned it's not the way to run for those new to the sport. Why would it not be the case to be out on your own?
Well, when you have a big group on the bike behind you, a big group is going to work together, and it's so much easier to be on someone's wheel. If you're by yourself, you're expanding so much more energy outsole in front, so it's going to be very difficult to stay ahead of a big group. You see, watch Tour de France or any cycling race. Basically, the group's going to decide to let someone away. If they decide to chase it down, they're going to always chase it down. unless you maybe floor Duffy, in case it's a very good game to just keep running right here.
This is the rest of the pack. You could just see in the distance on that camera shot from behind the rest of the pack that lead is continuing to just be added to by Zakova, who has quite literally put her foot down in the opening lap of this event.
But if any of the other girls behind, you know, there's one girl up there, if you fancy yourself as a pretty strong runner, this is maybe the time where you want to put the accelerator and try to join her. So if you get her, you have one more girl maybe joining, and suddenly this group of 3 working together, then you stand in a very good chance. So she's asking the question, you know, I'm out here, I'm feeling good, who wants to join me?
So as they just start to lengthen out as the course narrows slightly with the cones, the front runners that we would expect to be there, Bertera, there. Of course, you can see the Irish jersey as well of Carolyn Hayes, just leading and dragging along that pack.
Hayes had a very good race at Europeans a couple of weeks back, so it'll be interesting to see her here. And I think the duathlon format really suits her.
Had a 10 finish in the World Cup events. It's the Irish woman, but certainly fancy her chances of changing that today. She wears the number 15 in this field. You can see that the favourites, if you will, are more than happy to lead this group around without pushing the Russian out in front and without being willing to really go for broke yet. They're playing the long game. They will be...
Ooh, there's a crash. Oh, there's a bunch of cones in the middle of the running track there.
Very awkward indeed from the event organisers. You see the tight turn as well. It's going to group up a little bit anyway.
They need to move them cones away from the track.
Germans, I'm not sure if it was Nina Eam or not who was caught by that. Seemed to stumble. That's put her right at the back of the field. Of course, Nina Eam's second in Calgary in May in the World Cup event in Italy this year.
So it's interesting with Lisa and I here leading the pack, and they seem, like you said, they're in control. And I wonder if they're going to stay there, stay in control, or if they're going to slowly squeeze the pace and try to get rid of a few people before the bike starts. You also saw Shulgina towards the front, moving up. She had a brilliant run in the World Cup in China, in Chengdu, a month back. And I think this format suits her way better than a regular triathlon with a swim first. So it can be like a different kind of results list in this race compared to a regular World Cup, if you can say something like that exists.
Finished 20th here. Nur-Sultan, formerly known as Astana until March of 2019, of course, the city. Shulgina will be fancying her chance of improving on that, that's for sure. There's one of the cones that's down on the track as we see the leader, Izakova. Doesn't look worried at all about the fact that she's putting the hammer down early on in any way, shape or form. It's difficult when you're out there on your own. You haven't got a group with you. It's a little isolated, a little lonely.
Well, on the run, it can be quite nice too. You're running your own pace, you're finding your own rhythm. Obviously, she's feeling really good. She's out in front and she's, keep moving ahead away from the rest of the girls. If she feels like this in the, the 10K after the bike, she's in a very good position to have a very good result. She probably comes from a running background, I'd say, with this kind of running caliber. And it'd be interesting to see how she fares on the bike and if she can stay out of trouble and come off the bike with really good legs, then she's going to be a danger.
Still, the pack refuses to make a push on her just yet.
It's a very calm and collected pack, isn't it?
There's a couple that have just dropped off towards the back. Stratova, the Ukrainian, is sat comfortably just on the left side as we look at the front of the pack, and it will be the view that Izakova sees if she dares to look behind her. But she hasn't looked behind yet to check at any point at all where everybody else is. She's running this race for herself and absolutely nobody else right now.
it's kind of a weird place to be. I had it a couple of times in the water, and I'm not, you know, famous for my super strong swim, and I actually been out in front, and I can't see anyone in front of me, and I was like, I must have taken a wrong turn, or, you know, something has gone wrong somewhere, because normally I have like 40 girls ahead of me inside. And she'd probably be like, was this her first World Cup, you said? She'd be wondering, like, what are these girls doing? I thought we were racing.
Well,
Oh,
but one of the athletes is trying to go onto the bike a lap early,
oh my God.
which
That was the Icelandic girl, I think. Edda. I wonder if she's gonna see her mistake and have time to put her
how
back.
does something like that happen, when, especially when you're in a pack and you see every single one of the other athletes going off for a second lap of this course?
Well, it's interesting because the format was changed, you know, very close to the race start. So normally you have days to kind of, you know, swim on the course, you bike the course, and you can kind of imprint everything into your brain. And this, you know, they changed the amount of laps on the run, and they changed the course somewhat. So of course it's like a different scenario from what you had in mind before. And maybe she was so sure that she was doing the right thing, thinking everyone else, because that could happen too. It happened before that the whole pack is forgetting what they meant to do. But she probably was so focused and intent to take a bike, she didn't even notice what the other girls did.
Sakova, just with the first look back, Hannes Dottir, the Icelandic athlete, is the one who was herself onto the bike, and see she reappears in this race at any point at all.
Hopefully there was an official close by that could give her a hint that you should put that bike back.
Did hear a couple of voices just calling out to her as she ran and put on the helmet.
If I was a fellow competitor, I would actually like head out, keep on running.
Very sporting of you, Lisa. I'm sure there's plenty out there that certainly wouldn't do that. Looking at that gap, what, around about 100 meters or so, maybe a bit more.
Keeps growing, really. She looks good too. She keeps the rhythm and the cadence.
Just hope that this isn't a run that will have drained her legs for later on, as you touched on, having the early run, then the bike, and then the longer run later on in this event.
I only raced, I think, 2 duathlons in my career. I haven't done too many of them. And it's been the non-draft versions of it, so when you have to ride solo on the bike. But in my experience, it's some of the hardest things you can do, really. It's like to go from the run to the bike is completely different to go from a swim to the bike, and then to go back on the run. It really kills your legs and your lungs in a different way from when you do the traditional swim bike run. Now she had a first look over her shoulder.
Little check just to see where everybody else is. Everybody else is still there. Everybody else is still around about 100, 120 meters or so behind her.
Now would you ask like a tactical question? Is this an easy pace for her? So can she maintain that easy without using too much energy? Because she's gonna have to wait for the other girls on the bike. She's not gonna be able to go solo for the 40Ks. Or if you're a coach, I would probably tell her to like ease off, go back into the pack and make it as easy as possible and prepare for the last 10K.
If she did that though, the second option, would this be almost showing her hand too early for the run later on? Because people will see the pace that she's put down and will be thinking, this might be a pace that we have to keep up with later on.
Exactly, like I would almost like you would keep your cards hidden for a little bit longer and then surprise them by the second run. And I think we haven't seen the, I or Lisa really pushing it. They have done this before and they know it's gonna hurt, so they're just like maintaining a semi-solid pace at the moment.
The front of the pack, Giorgi, Argentinian woman's front left there, you can see in the near part of your screen. Just helping to pull this pack along. Let her her heels slightly. The two fourth in the pack. continue just to keep an eye on the leader from this position.
Stratova, the Ukrainian girl, she's a bit of a supermom. She had a baby now, like about a year ago, so coming back nicely into the sport again. Oh, here we go. Here's Hedda's back in the game.
As well.
And hopefully her bike is standing with the helmet and the shoes where it should be.
Half expecting perhaps the helmet to stay on, to be honest, if she rejoined the run, but
So I don't think the pace here is too high. I think they're all running quite conservative. Also seeing that Hedda made it back up to the park, and she looks, in control now. She doesn't look like she really suffered to make her way back up there.
on the opposite side of the cones there. A few words from the officials about that. It's very tight though when you've got a group of this size. It's down to one lane. Once again they see the leader come flying past the group, coming back the other way at the end of her second lap, or the midpoint of this second lap.
It's kind of a smart move though, because that's where the crash was on the previous lap with the cones out on the track. She probably didn't know if the cones were removed or if they were still there, and she wanted to make her way back up towards the front before the U-turn, because the U-turn spread the field quite a bit last time they came through. So I think running on the inside when it's so tight, I don't think she's going to be disqualified or anything. It was just an intent of moving forward in the pack.
That gap has now just maintained, hasn't it, rather than been added to by Isakova.
Yep.
No puffing or panting though on the face at all. Can't see behind the shades, but she's very composed out there, leading this group around. Sanchez at the back of the field. Hertera now has made her way to the front. There's a three there just trying to move off, led by the #1 jersey of the Austrian, helped out by Biaggioli, the Argentinian. Caroline Hayes as well. Those three just trying to split a little. There's a few movers coming up from the midpoint in that pack as well, just trying to move themselves towards the front. Isakova will be coming through into transition. These so important smooth transitions. Ayuda there as well has just made a break herself.
And now the pace is up a little bit here, trying to spread out before the transition. So maybe here you can break it up and make it at least two groups, instead of having one very large group starting the bike.
Getting ready to come into transition. Lisa, what's the key to a good transition in a triathlon or duathlon as we are having this morning? So you see that lead has now been absolutely demolished. Isakova.
Yeah, I started to push the gas pedal here for the last K. Now for transition you want to have something my coach used to call easy speed. So you want to make it really fast, but you still want to be in control. So it's almost like a fluent movement through transition. You're going to leave, like now they have running shoes on, so that's something different from what they used to. They're going to take off their running shoes. Some of the girls, and I don't think many of them, might have two pairs. So if you would turn up to a regular to a duathlon, you would have two pairs of running shoes. So you have one pair set up for the second one. Here they're probably just to ride with one pair of racing flats. So they're going to have to leave them in a way they know they can get back in them pretty quickly for the second run. You want to put your helmet on before you do anything else, and then take your bike, you have your shoes on the bike, get out and get into your shoes as soon as possible.
So come into the transition then to finish the first of the running sections of this duathlon. The 5K is over now. It's about finding the bike, staying in control. Hayes and Uda leading the push. Illustratova as well, the Ukrainian, just moving to the right. Hertera there on the right-hand side of your screen as well. Too much care taken by Hertera. Still slow in transition. Uda is away and leading the first of the women out of transition.
There's actually a full bike rack that's gone down in the middle of transition. I've never seen that before.
Hayes out there, the Irish woman, on the charge as the bikes get going.
So I think this is going to be just a big main pack. Like the girls we saw coming into transition is going to get out. There's a penalty.
Last few racers go through transition and itching to get out on the bike, and then there seems to be just this group of maybe 4 or so who were quite quick through transition, but they have been caught by a number of the other athletes. It'd be interesting to see if that is 2 packs that end up splitting away at the front, or if it all becomes one big group of about 15 riders or so. 40 kilometers then on the bike as they make the first of the 90-degree left turns, going up to the first of the hairpins.
Somehow it's always easier to chase down, you know, if you're a little bit behind, it's easy to chase back up. It's more difficult to try to keep the pace up to stay away. You have the draft, like once you get like close to the person ahead of you, you're going to benefit a little bit from the draft. So that's going to help you to get back in the pack. But you also have that mental advantage of looking at someone and chasing something. When you're driving the pack and you want to push it really hard to stay away, so not that many girls catch back up, it's still difficult to put enough power down because you don't have anything specific in front of you to chase.
Same as Kova. She just dropped back going through transition to the main group. A clear sight of her out front in any way, shape or form. There is the Austrian, Petra, leading this group out on the bikes. Thankfully the traffic is all going on the other side of the road, and has been of course closed off the roads for this event, or at least half of it.
But it looks like quite big roads. They have a lot of surface to ride on. Not super technical, so it's going to be difficult for a breakaway or a small group to stay away.
Relatively flat, this bike course. Certainly an opportunity to get some power down on the long straights, as Hayes is the one leading the group.
It looks like pancake flat to me, really, doesn't it? I haven't seen a shadow of a hill anywhere.
There is Kubok, Kazakhstani athlete, coming through, the only Kazakhstani athlete in the women's field today. Some way off the pace, that's for sure, but I'm sure she'll still be enjoying racing on home soil.
It's probably going to be an experience of her career so far to be in a World Cup race in your home country, and hopefully she gonna learn quite a bit from it, and leaving this weekend, you know, a bit more experienced.
Comes round into transition, and we go back onto the front group of those on the bike.
So I actually think that, you know, the last move that we saw with about 500 meters to go when the girls started to put the gas down, I think that just got rid of, you know, a few of the girls in the pack that were running together.
Certainly started to string it all out, that's for sure. Petra now takes her position to lead the group, and facing the full brunt of the wind and conditions out there on the course.
It's interesting to see what races the athletes are choosing to do these days, because now we have quite a lot of World Cups in the program, and there's also the WTS race in Leeds last weekend, and today is the team event. So we actually have 2 big fields spread over 2 places over the weekend. Some athletes being here and some athletes being in Leeds. So Leeds is also a very good World Series athlete, of course, but now choosing to do Huatulco and then this race. And my guess is that it's a tactical game to get good points for the Olympic ranking and to get yourself in contention to go to the Tokyo Olympic Games.
There certainly are some big names that aren't here, that's for sure. When you think Bertereau's ranked 16th in the triathlon rankings. Ayuda 31st, wearing the number 1 and 2 jersey. So there's a big chance for a lot of these athletes in the middle of the pack, and certainly way down, well not way down, but in the kind of 50s, 60s in the world rankings, to be able to pick up some big points for.
You have like different races all over the place right now, because you have the girls kind of blocking points for other girls. So some of the bigger nations, it's actually more a blocking game than a earning points game. And then you have the girls who needs to get the nations ranking up or to earn more points for qualification. So every country have a different way of qualifying athletes. So you see different tactical decisions in how to do the race season. But especially like the further down you go in the ranking, the more important it is to get points. So your country has 1 or 2 slots going into the Tokyo Games.
You see there the 2 Spanish athletes, Escatus, Sanchez Hernandez, working together to try and get themselves back into the pack, back into that main group. We've seen a number of changes up front as everybody's just taking their turn to be the one that drags the rest of the group along. It's not orchestrated vocally, is that, when you're out on course? Does everybody just know that they all have to do their part and take their turn at certain times?
Well, it can be a fair bit of yelling going around. I had races, I raced one European Cup early this year where no one wanted to work. There were maybe 2 or 3 girls and the rest were just kind of trying to be close to the back and not expanding too much energy. And then of course it's going to be a few vocal words and it's going to be some hard words being said at times.
A little bit of resentment from those out front, so to speak, that others aren't doing their work and doing their shift in
exactly, and that's what can also screw up the cooperation, because if enough athletes stop working, then okay, why should the rest of them work? So the best is if everyone has an incentive to work and feel like, okay, I'm going to go to the front and do, you know, my share work.
Turn is. Legs will be zapped of a little more energy as once again they have to put the power down and push on to get back up to speed. You see the German athlete Eam there, sat 3rd. Tasmin Mona Viale, the Australian, 4th in Chengdu in May. Taking her turn now to lead the push with Hayes just on her rear wheel. The head down from the Australian. Be very comfortable though on those middle bars.
They do quite a big difference actually for aerodynamics. So you see a lot of the girls now have the tiny aero bars. You're not allowed to have the big long ones like you use in the non-draft races in Ironmans and half Ironmans. But you can use tiny short ones as long as they are inside your brake levers. And they have to be connected via bridge, so they can't be like 2 spearheads pointing forward. But it does help you quite a bit when you go down into the air position and when you're riding to the front or trying to catch someone. I find it's maybe 20-30 watts compared to if I don't have them. So it's definitely worthwhile putting on for, you know, a flat race like this. We can be down in the air bars quite a bit.
It's 40 kilometers on the bike, as we mentioned, 5 laps of this bike circuit. At what point, if anybody is going to push, what do you think?
Well, I was thinking actually, because in a swim, you have the best swimmers getting out first, and their incentive to work is that there's a lot of good runners coming from behind with worse swims. And they could be good runners, you don't want them to catch because then they can outrun you on the run. So that's an incentive to work. But in the duathlon, you already got rid of the runners that aren't that good. So all the runners here are pretty good runners. And the athletes behind on the bike now, you know they're not going to be a threat for you on the 10K. So a little bit like the contention is not like, or the girls don't have to work together to stay away from the back end of the race, but now it's more a race between the girls in this group. So that's what's interesting if anyone decides to try to break away to get rid of some of the girls. But on a course like this, it's going to be quite difficult because it's big, wide open roads, no hills, nothing super technical or difficult. But that would be like the interesting part is actually to try to get rid of some girls with the breakaway. Otherwise, it's just going to be a Sunday leisurely bike ride, waiting for a 10K run.
It's more my pace, I have to say. It's the way I'd like to do it.
But it's a very boring way to race. I always hated them races that ended up being like a tactical big group where you couldn't really do anything.
They come through to complete the first of 5 laps on the bike, 6.7 kilometre course. See the bridge over the river here in Nur-Sultan. The Ishim River that this triathlon is based around, so to speak, with the bike circling and looping its way across it and around it.
So one Spanish athlete made it back up, but she left her friend behind. That's not very nice, is it?
I think Tu's struggling a little more. I believe that's her, the leading Spaniard stuck behind.
She's going to make it back up now, then.
It's not far enough off that you would say she's completely out of contention in any way, shape or form. It's a big group, this. It's going to be an interesting run if this group stays as a large pack, close-knit together. If they all feel that they're all good runners at this point as well. It's going to be a hectic final stint of this triathlon for sure.
I think it's going to be maybe a similar scenario as what we saw in the first run. If they haven't managed to get away or form smaller groups, it's going to be a slightly pace up or just a big, large collected group going into T2.
Just got back onto the back of the main pack and has joined the fellow countrywoman. Udo, the one leading the group at the moment as they come to the first hairpin, tight round it.
So this is where if you find yourself at the back of the pack, you're going to have to work so much more compared to if you're near the front, because you have that slingshot kind of rubber band effect. So you have to slow down and you have to almost wait for the girls in front of you to move through, and then you have to accelerate to get back up to the pack again. And that's the kind of stuff that if you're a bit inexperienced, you find yourself towards the back of the group, you're actually working way harder than the girls near the front. So it's worthwhile taking a turn and getting towards the front to just take off like a bit of that slingshot effect.
Difficult as well though to be in the middle of that pack, because you don't have the room to go wide and turn back in, and suddenly you're hitting perhaps the inside of that turn and going very slowly indeed.
So for cycling races, like the rule is that you move out, you use all of the road. So if you have a turn to the right, you move out far left to then get a good exit. So you want to bring as much exit speed as you can out of the corner. In triathlon though, when you do that, you normally have girls coming on the inside of you and kind of taking your line, which is not the way to do it. But if there's space, there's normally a triathlete filling that space.
One athlete who's just started to push on is one of the Russians. Looks like it's Gorbunova, Anastasia Gorbunova. One top 10 finish in her last 9 events for the rider wearing the number 18 today. She was 3rd in the Russian National Championships last summer. She's the one who has tried to break away from the rest of the group and just get some distance. And again, there's no real reply from anybody in that main pack, and everybody just happy to sit back and allow themselves to be pulled along by everybody else.
So she, yeah, no, it's not gonna hold. If you're lucky and the pack is not very interested, sometimes you can slip away and they realize too late, like, ah, damn, we let someone move away too much from us. But I don't think these girls are gonna let anyone just disappear off the front.
It's difficult as well on your own, out on the bike, because you are facing the full brunt of the elements. You haven't got anybody else in support to almost relay with.
The only reason would be that if the girls are like, they know her running capacity and they know she's not a threat, so they know they can give her a minute or so. That's what they do in cycling. They let her break away off the front. They know they can catch them, or you know, it's not a threat for their overall standings. But in triathlon, normally you don't want to take your chances. So if someone slips off the front, you most athletes of the group are going to feel like they want to work a little bit harder and minimize the distance to the athlete up ahead.
Slight rise coming back up the hill. A little breather for the legs as the pack has caught the Russian. No chance to get away this time.
We've seen it happen before, like Bermuda last year with the famous Norwegian triple. Kasper got away early and the main group wasn't super interested in chasing him, and they probably figured we can outrun this guy anyways, so we give him a minute or so. But then when he proved to be able to hold his own on the bike and the pack never really got going, then suddenly they're in trouble. So it can happen. It doesn't happen very often, and for most athletes it only happens once. Because once you've done it, they're not going to let you do it again.
A little word from the Russian up front. Over, I think, trying to say that somebody else needs to come out and push the pace now. See the Pakistani athlete coming through to complete her first lap of the bike course, well off the pace, but still something for any local supporters to watch and enjoy. Just back in between the cones and bunch up once more as they go down to the tighter points of this bike circuit. It's interesting how wide and open it is in certain sections when they're on the main road, and then when they come along the river back into transition, it'll all tighten up again. Does that change perhaps when you get into lap 4, lap 5, when you're coming back through before the tight elements? You're really trying to push yourself into a position that you feel comfortable in, try and get yourself as high up the pack as possible before getting into the tight sections and then going into transition.
Yeah, definitely. The further towards the end of the bike you're going to get, the more important it is to be not finding yourself near the end of the pack where you can't move forward. And if there's anywhere a crash would happen, it's typical place like that, when it suddenly becomes much narrower and athletes gonna move back or move in or trying to find space. So to stay out of trouble, you want to be closer to the front compared to further at the back. Here we can see the hairpin, the weight and the acceleration to get back up again.
Drive in those legs, just really pushing hard to get back up to top speed as they come back up this slight hill before moving down along the banks of the river.
So if your tactic is to actually hurt other people, it sounds a bit weird, but that's what we do in the sport. You want to be near the front in the U-turns and really take it well, exit your speed and push your pace a little bit, because you know the girls behind you are going to have to work double and they eventually going to tire, and that might be a weapon for you to have better legs on the run. So even if you can't maybe break away or get out ahead, you can actually make it more difficult for the girls in the group. And you always see in a group like this, you have athletes more willing to work near the front, feeling the urge that this is a race, we need to move this forward. And then you have the more tactical, bit lazier athletes really hiding in the pack, and you won't see them near the front until you get to the run.
Tactical stroke lazy
Yeah.
is the term, is that, between the athletes?
Triathletes are famous for being quite willing to work, especially if we come into cycling races where people are being super tactical. And it is a good thing when it comes to a running race, not having been near the front too much. Sometimes in triathlon though, there's a time and place where you have to work, and that's how you make your race. And other times it's like you're not going to make a massive difference if you work yourself really tight near the front, so you're probably better off just to be smart, stay out of trouble. My former coach used to say that he didn't want to see, if there was a picture, like if there's a picture here from the bike pack, he didn't want to see me in the picture because then I was working too much. So I always have to try to find a place where I was only going to be seen by the camera if it was making a difference, or else I shouldn't be seen.
So he's more than happy for you to take your time out on the bike there on the actual race, but when he's got you on the 4 a.m. starts in training, that's when he wants to see you doing the work.
That was a different story. Totally different story.
I tell you, it was exhausting this morning just listening to some of your training regime today. But 90% of us, it's a shame, I think, the way these triathletes train. You see there, Ayuda's dropped back the Japanese athlete. She was more than happy to be out front and be leading that pack in the opening lap, but it's almost like she's trying to drop back into the group, almost saying, well, I've done my lap of pushing the pace. I'm going to sit back and wait and bide my time. Is there some element of that perhaps in some of these races?
Yeah, definitely. And it's completely the right thing to do, because early in the race, before things settle, you can make a difference. So if you work really hard, you get 3 or 4 girls with you and you really push the pace, maybe a couple of the girls won't make it up to the pack. Once the group has settled and you have formed your group, then you're not going to make a big difference anymore. So then it's pretty smart to back off a little bit and just try to get everyone in the group to work and not spend all the time in front.
Isakova, the woman who was leading that opening 5-kilometer run, just in this second group here, way off the pace suddenly. She's made that push and then had to drop back. Suddenly now looking well out of contention after that strong run, and probably just a case then from Isakova of just pushing it far too much, far too early.
Yeah, it's a bit funny, like, why, if you're new to the race too, I would probably stay with the big favorites that are not very good runners, to expose yourself that early. Maybe not the smartest move.
Interesting that fellow countrywoman Elena Danilova is the one who was leading through into the 3rd lap on the bike. At least trying to have a big presence at this event in Kazakhstan, that's for sure. Once again, this leading group. There's at least 20 athletes in that, that's for sure. Fairly spread out after the hairpin, but it will all bunch up once again as those at the back once more are first to try and push themselves back into the hunt. Once again, the German Ihm taking her stint at the front of this group. They come tearing back down this big wide open motorway almost in Nur-Sultan. Cool and calm. Just see there as well. Over beside the Japanese athlete.
I think now for these athletes, they know that in a good pack, it's not going to change so much. The trick is to stay out of trouble. Don't expose yourself too much. Make sure you get enough water and sports drinks in. They probably have a gel or two, so they want to make sure they get that at the right time where they want to have it. So it's really like looking after yourself and giving yourself the best opportunity for a very fast run.
French athlete, Justine Girard, taking her position at the front of the group. Haven't seen her really at the front of the pack this morning, and doesn't last for too long either.
What's interesting with these races is that you have some new athletes or younger athletes I haven't seen, or you haven't seen so much in the World Cup or WTS. And especially when you have a format like this that's slightly different, it might really, really suit them, and they might have the race of their lives. So it's also a good opportunity for newer, younger athletes to show their abilities and gain experience. You might have some super, super strong runners, but they might not swim so well, so they haven't done well in the World Cups before.
Just to put that age gap into perspective, you think about perhaps the number 23, Kaylee Spearing, the American athlete born in 1998. You compare that to Ayuda, born in 1983. It's a fairly solid 15-year age gap between the two athletes out on course.
That's one thing I really love about triathlon. The age is not a disadvantage for you. I would say almost the opposite. In the Olympics, you have girls that are over 40. You also have girls in their 18s, 19s. So you have the full spectrum between super experienced and quite new, but very, very talented and fast risers into the sport. And I find it quite fascinating that some 84, so I'm slightly younger than I, but I'm still improving. So I'm still swimming better and biking better than what I've done before. So it's not like you're going to go slower and slower and find yourself closer towards the end, the older you get, but you have more training in the body, you have hours and hours, years of years, you have a lot of endurance. So you can use that to your benefit. And in these kinds of races, you need to have the endurance, you need to have the strong head and the experience. It really comes into an advantage.
Humble brag there about getting better with age there, Lisa.
Yep, it's like a good wine. Saying that some of these young girls are very, very fast. And they're also taking races to another level in terms of racing aggressive and swimming very fast, riding very fast. When I started, there was more of a difference between the swimmers and the runners, and it came from one or the other. But today, the girls and the boys coming from triathlon from a young age and being very complete athletes from an early age too.
Just think about Izakova, who is one of the youngest athletes in the field, born in 1999. Touched on there the kind of experience that comes with being a veteran, if you will, at triathlon and knowing when to go and when to not. And perhaps that was just inexperience early on, thinking that the run, bike, run format of the duathlon today, with the swim cancelled if you're just joining us, somebody who perhaps isn't quite used to these sorts of events on the World Cup stage, just getting a little too hot-headed. She will learn over time not to push herself so much in the early going, particularly if it does change to a duathlon format last minute, to be far more prepared for then getting out on the bike and staying with the elite women that we see here continuing to push.
Absolutely.
Urbanova leading this group now. This is going to be a hectic run, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. These girls are all the fastest runners from the 5K too. Very fast tempo.
Pushing each other as well. So that we'll try to make a split early on. Slow kids around into that hairpin. You just see one of the Spanish riders on the right-hand side of your screen. He should be stopped going around that corner.
You see that last athlete, like you're gonna have to work so much harder every single time. No, but racing and experience, it's like you're also gathering a bank of racing experience. So as a young athlete, when you're out there, yes, you have to put yourself out there and you have to race various races, various girls. Never race, even though it might not be a great race result-wise. It's another experience, and you need good ones, you need bad ones, and you need average ones to make you a good, complete athlete that could race well over any course in any field.
Just coming round towards the banks of the river once again. Point from this ride before the final 10-kilometer run. Stay in this group. If you are to push, are you looking to push on that 5 lap 6 by going early? If you were to pick a name out of the hat of this group, who would be the most likely to try and push that pace?
I could picture something similar to what we saw in the 5K, where close to the finish, some of the girls choose to up the pace a little bit, just to get a gap into transition. And going out on the run, they already like have a little bit of a breather and a gap between them and the other girls. I think that would be on the last lap, but I think it would be quite difficult on a course like this. The corner that we just saw when they moved up into this bike path kind of area, that could be a place where to do it. It could also be you just go for broke when it's about a couple of Ks to go, so you can get a clean transition and get first out on the run and find your rhythm without having to negotiate a pack and other girls around you.
Interesting, the number one athlete this weekend in Kazakhstan in the women's field, Lisa Pertera, has self-described herself as certainly being a bike and run orientated athlete. The swim, take it or leave it almost, if you will, in her eyes. Her eyes would have been gleaming this morning when she found out there was no swim, and it plays perfectly into her skill set.
Yeah, definitely. I think same with Ayeva and some of the other guys as well. It's funny that a scenario that's a nightmare for a bunch of the girls is like a dream coming true for the rest. They'd be like, oh, thank you, my lucky star, to do it to triathlon.
See them come round the corner into the transition stage and through. Nobody departing early this time as they come round, like we saw on the run, thankfully.
I think she would replay that in her head a couple of times coming up from this race.
Certainly be something she doesn't see too often though on a replay on a television screen, that's for sure. Come through. Lap 4.
Lisa Petterer, she had a bit of a nightmare going into the Rio Olympic Games, where she was qualified, she was ready to go and selected, but ended up having a stress fracture. They found out very close before the race, and that prevented her from going. And I think for this year's qualification, she want to make sure she's qualified and getting to Tokyo to race and represent Australia in the Olympic Games.
It's of course the long game being played. World Cup races getting the points for the Olympic qualification. In the back of this second group, the Canadian athlete, their goal.
So for most of these girls, it's all about Tokyo right now. The qualification process is a 2-year process with the first and second period, and we're now into the second period, and you can only score so many points in each period. So every race really matters. Getting on to the race to qualify.
That's what you were talking about in terms of tactically choosing which races you're going to go into. Not considered a fashionable event to be in for some of the big athletes, but it's then a chance for some of the other athletes to make up that ground and continue their long-term push to get to it.
And then at the same time you have some of the very most talented athletes of the world racing the World Series relay race in Leeds. So it's also an opportunity race where you might not have to race the best in the world, but you have a slightly more open field, which is a chance to earn more points.
The Austrian moving in front of the Australian, and once again Pertera leading this group through the open part of the circuit. You can tell there is a little bit of a wind out there. We hear it every so often when they come across the bridge. It's exposed at times out there. Pertera has been quite smart. Some of the athletes have notably sat back off when it comes to those open sections of the bridge and are happy to come back into the group and find a position just tucked behind one of the other leaders.
Yeah, definitely. Like if and when you go to the front, if you can do that at a time where it doesn't hurt you so much, and when it's really windy or difficult, you let someone else be near the front, that's a very technical decision and a very good one to make. You want to be near the front and work when it matters the most, but it doesn't cost you so much.
Again, just tucking in behind and allowing somebody else to take the charge at times. Smaller group that is chasing the larger field. If you're in that smaller group, it's hard to, must be frustrating, I suppose, to think that you've got such a large group ahead of you, as Pertera seems to be making a charge and just trying to stretch out this main pack now out at the front.
It actually looks like an attack here. She wants to He's not so happy being in the pack anymore. But it looks like a difficult place to do it because you have that long, long stretch of road.
Across this bridge, loop round, back over the river once again, and then up to the second of the hairpins. Maybe if there's just a little distance between her and the rest of the group, she's slowed down by the pack at that hairpin, just add to any lead advantage that she's able to create for herself at this point.
Yeah, definitely be smart to attack before one of the sharp corners. And then if you have like a slightly technical section following, definitely that's the place to do it.
That's what you get to when you come up to the riverbank as well, when it all gets very close, and we've seen, again, the road really narrows after they go off the streets and onto that bike path that runs along the river before coming into transition.
But I think this road where she tried to go is just a little bit too wide and open. And having ridden in the pack for such a long time, all the girls are, pretty recovered. No one is, hanging off the back, dying or falling off the pace. Everyone is just kind of, happy to be in the pack. Your legs are not too bad. So if someone is trying to attack, you have enough energy trying to cover the attack.
It seems that attack has been covered.
What's interesting for the chasing group, though, depending on how far back they are, is once people start to attack, the pace seems to drop a bit, because then you're going to look at each other like, okay, who's going to do the work now? I attacked, you chased me down. Are we going to start working together again? Where's our relationship at right now?
Having a very different dynamic as we see that second group trying to hunt down the main pack and stay in contention. There you see Izakova just on the right of your screen, the Russian who was the early leader in the opening part of the run. About 8 athletes or so in this group. They're on the hunt to try and refine their footing back in this race. It's a long process really, isn't it, at the end of the day?
Yeah.
This is the group that they are trying to hunt down as they come flying down off the bridge, having gone back over the river. Once more coming up towards one of the tighter turns.
But it's
Stratova leading it.
It's kind of a tricky one where you already let a group of really good runners out ahead of you. If you're in that chasing group, you've fallen off the pace on the run, and now you have the best runners are ahead of you. The chances are they're going to be pretty good bike riders too. So to catch up is going to be a big task.
Just see that main group in the distance there. So the group is just slightly reducing that gap. It does seem to have closed in a little bit.
And they're not that far behind actually. And when you can see the group ahead of you, that's a great motivator to get everyone to work, and you can see them, so it's like, come on girls, it's not that far up, come on, let's do it. The worst is when you lose sight of the other group and like, oh, what's there to work for now? Let's go and have a coffee.
South African Ackerman just in the back of this group. Takova, again we saw her on the run early trying to go fast and hard. If you can just reel them back in these last couple of laps on the bike. Again, her eagerness may come into play once more in terms of the start of the second run, the longer run, and perhaps she might think about putting down a marker once more and seeing if anybody stays there. There's still, of course, a fair bit of the bike to be done, and of course trying to catch this main group that continues to just keep that second pack at bay. The main group is so busy though. Continual lead changes throughout this bike section.
But it would be like if these girls, having a little bit of lack of decision making and who's going to make the work, they're going to start looking at each other. Pretty soon, the distance to the chase group, it might disappear within. If you look at each other, you stood up, and suddenly you lost 5 seconds or 10 seconds, and the group almost back up again, and then you have a massive group. Oh, Hedda is trying to catch up by herself.
And still Tit.
Yeah.
Making a push on her own then out from that second group. She's had enough. She wants to get on the back end of the main pack. phenomenal job considering where she was at the middle point of the run when she went into transition and then started to get ready for the bike. If you missed it earlier today, of course, no swim this morning, 5-kilometer run instead, replacing that to start the triathlon here in Kazakhstan. And the Icelandic athlete, after the first lap, tried to jump onto the bike and must have lost at least 20 seconds or so off everybody else.
It's definitely been a bit of a roller coaster for her this morning, that's for sure. She went on a pretty smart place, I'd say too. Just before the narrowing of the road, she probably felt like there wasn't enough horsepower. So fair play, like that's the decisions. You can either be happy to be in the chasing group, or you can like look down at your legs and like, okay, legs, what have you got for me today? Can we make it up there? And if you think you can, then of course you're gonna have to go for it.
You one that likes to talk to yourself a little bit when you're out there?
Definitely. How are the legs doing? Are you okay, guys? Okay, yeah.
Vocally, actually
Where's the
vocally,
head?
or just
no,
in the head?
No, just internally. Medic. The Swedish girl.
Not riding with Lisa again, no way. She freaks me out. See the Canadian leg out off the bike there.
If there's a technical issue or a flat tire or something.
It's a fairly short course. Of course, there is the possibility of things being knocked into the main road sections throughout the event.
Ironically, it happened a lot of times where you ride on really rough roads. It's quite dirt and a lot of stuff, and you get no flat tires. And then you turn up to this beautiful venue, and you end up with lots of flat tires. I think the chase group. So with Hedda making that move, trying to catch up, they actually got the chase group to work really hard trying to catch her. And with that, they look like they're catching the front group as well.
See, Icelandic athlete dragging the rest of this group along. Have almost the majority of the field if they catch this first group all together for the run. There will have been almost no separation whatsoever over the first two stages.
So it's like neutralized once the second run starts. But again, they're all gonna have completely different experiences getting from A to B. So some might have been sitting in the pack, and some might have been working really, really hard trying to get back up there. So you want to make sure you start the second run as fresh as possible. It's a bit of morning traffic now.
Well, he's just woken themselves up now this morning here in Kazakhstan. Start time was forward by another hour. Start at 8 o'clock initially, but we got underway at 9 o'clock local time in Nur-Sultan. Some of the athletes probably quite happy to have that extra hour in bed this morning, although then the changes with the lack of a swim as well, just throwing a couple of elements into the mix this weekend.
So here you go, Edda is back up, and the second chase group has caught up as well. So a very smart move done by the Icelandic girl, for sure.
Train that's just snaking its way through the city of Nur-Sultan. If you're a part of that lead group, will you be frustrated to see that that second group of another 8 athletes or so has joined your pack at this later stage in the bike? There's another 8 riders and runners that you have to deal with going into the run, into transition. It makes the transition area that bit more busy as well.
It's always a stress, and it's always a bit of a failure, I'd say, if you let people catch up to you. I would hate that. Like, I would feel like we didn't do enough. We should have done more. Again, the girls in the front pack were the fastest runners, so they might also feel like, hey, we're confident we're going to be the fastest runners on the 10K, so if these girls catch up, it doesn't really matter.
We can drop this group fairly
Exactly.
comfortably at the start of the run.
But it's a gamble, and you might not know that's, someone who struggled a bit in the 5K might find the legs for the 10K. So if you want to play, cards safe, you just make sure your group work and the second group won't catch up. So now the race is gonna die down a little bit, unfortunately, because everyone is together. There's no incentive to work anywhere. They're just gonna kind of ride together as a nice group and get to where the race starts at the 10K run. So this is a bit of a transportation before the real race starts.
When you go into the transition, if you're in a big group like this, is it better to be at the extreme ends, either at the very front or the very back, because you have that little bit more space and separation going into transition where it will get a bit muddled up? It's the last place you want to be, sat in the middle right there.
Yep. So if you, the highest ranked athlete, your bike will be towards the end of transition. So you have to run the furthest with the bike now. It's the opposite way out of the swim or the first run. So then you will be running the furthest before you get to your bike. If you come in towards the back of the pack, you're gonna have to kind of queue your way through. This is gonna be quite messy. You might run into or bump into some athletes going right to left, and you're gonna struggle to get to your the place where your bike is. If you're near the front, however, you're gonna have a clean road, and just go in, do your stuff, get out. In a pack, from the first person to the second person, or to the last person, it could actually be quite a big of a time difference. It could be 10-15 seconds if it's a big group. So what happens is you're gonna lose not just the 10-15 seconds between you and the first person, you're also gonna be caught up in the mess of transition. You're gonna struggle to get to your bike as neatly as the first person, so you're probably losing even more time. So you're giving away maybe 15-20 seconds by being the last one into transition, and that's 15 seconds you're gonna have to get back on the run. So and that's quite a lot of time, and you're probably gonna try to do it in the first K. So the last person is gonna have to run so much faster in the first K to get back up to the front people. So my tactic was always to invest a little bit of energy towards the last bit of the bike to make sure you get off in front. And even if it's, your heart rate is going to go up and you're going to use a bit more energy and you're going to have to push some hard watts, it's worthwhile getting into transition, hopefully in the first place, or at least in the top 3 or 4.
As you say, you can really see the legs have become quite casual from everybody in this group now.
Yeah.
As you mentioned earlier on, just a couple of laps ago, very much like a nice Saturday morning ride out through the city now, rather than anybody trying to really push the pace.
Yeah, it's not going to be any watt records today on this ride.
But what you're saying is we are expecting the likes of Ayuda and Jelistratova, Jazz Hedgeland as well, those who will have their bikes towards the front. As you see Hedgeland just moving herself towards the front of the group, will be making a push late on in the bike just to ensure they're towards the front and they avoid the mess behind. And in fact, that's what we're seeing now with Uda as well, just joining this front group of 4 or 5 athletes or so.
Yeah, definitely. I think for the rest of the bike, you don't want to be too close to the back because of crashes, and you can get in trouble if you're near the back. The closer to the front you are, the safer it is.
Erica Hawley, the number 26, just putting a spanner in those works though for the leading athletes as she leads this group round.
If you would have a teammate or someone helping you out, which is the case sometimes, you would make sure that teammate is riding you near the front, and you can stay behind the teammate and get out of trouble that way. It's not that very often you have someone who's willing to sacrifice legs for you. But if you're a couple from the same country, you can kind of keep together and just help each other to protect and guard the positions.
If I'm wrong, I think we just saw Koumakbayeva, the Kazakhstani athlete, coming past our camera. She may be getting set to be lapped at some point. Back marker on a bike course. Does that cause any problems whatsoever for the lead pack? I mean, it may even help the local athlete.
Well, no, if you lap, then she's out of the race. She can't continue.
But in terms of her being an object in the way, though, of this group, though?
Well,
Will they get her off the road in time?
yeah, that's the way it should be. So there should be someone telling her to get out of the way before the pack comes. So it's not like it's not like the pack laps you and then you have to step off. They stop you before the pack comes past you. And basically it's a safety issues for the athletes.
Edda Hannesdottir, just on the pavement side of the street at the moment, the Icelandic athlete who made that push to get this second group up with the main pack now. 25th in Madrid in the World Cup event earlier this year.
I trained quite a bit with her. She's a very, very talented athlete. Great swimmer from a swimming background. Great runner. And just quite recently put that together into being a triathlete. There's not that many triathletes from Iceland. I think there's one other guy racing. So they have to do it quite a bit for themselves. Edda is studying in Denmark, in Odense. She trains with Lotte Miller, you've seen in the WTS races. And they have a nice little training group in Odense with a lot of Danish athletes as well.
Those training groups, do they play a part? You mentioned about having an ally, if you will, sometimes out on the bike. You've got people around you. Those training groups, will they be working together within the group because they all know each other? It's obviously everybody's out for individual goal, but a group of say 5 that are used to training together, do they start communicating a bit more out there on the race and working together as a group to find separation from others?
Definitely, it's an interesting dynamics within these teams. Because you train together and you push each other every day in training. And then you find, I always find it's like it's like a family feeling, a feeling of security when you're going to race together. But at the same time, you're also competitors. But it's almost like you're friends as long as you can help each other. So if you can support each other on the bike, you're friends, and you're like looking out for each other, and you get to the run and it's everyone for themselves. But normally on the run you can't do anything for your friends either, so you kind of have to do it by yourself. That's part of the game. But on the bike, if you find that you can support each other or maybe do something together, you can plan the breakaway or plan to, if you get out of the water together, you help each other to get back on the pack or move the pack along. So it's definitely a good thing to have some of your allies or some of your friends out there racing.
Interesting that you saw the Polish athlete Maria Szczesnik preparing her shoes as if she was getting ready to come off as they came through transition. Looked like she was unbuckling the shoes on the bike, and so still a bit more time to go. Still another lap to go on the bike route here in Kazakhstan.
Just off the pack too, right? It's not really in the draft. It's a bit of work to do. I wonder if they change the amount of laps on the bike from the original plan?
It's always been the 6, although we did initially hear perhaps this morning it could have been 5, but back up to 6 once again. There's been a couple of rogue elements in terms of the organisation this morning at times, but it's getting the information of what the race is going to be. But it seems like this group know exactly what this race is going to be, unless they're all happy to do an extra lap for no reason.
And Maria is back up in the pack again, so that's good to see. Well, I know a couple of races. There was one time in London, and this is years ago, before London Olympics. There was a breakaway on the bike, and they got ready to get into transition, and the officials told them, no, you have one more lap to go, but they didn't. So when they came back after they done the extra lap, they met with the runners who started running. And the confusion, because they knew they were in a breakaway, and they knew they were leading the race, and suddenly they were actually like a lap behind on the run. And it was quite a big debacle around the race, but it's down to the athletes have to know how many laps they have done. So it's a bit funny because you can't blame the officials if they tell you the wrong thing. Like, you have to know and you have to be sure. So if you feel like you're ready to wreck your bike, the official tells you no, you probably should continue to wreck your bike if you're sure you've done enough laps.
Right, so good job that our Icelandic athlete Edda Hannesdottir didn't continue to get on the bike early on this morning and did heed the warning of those around her that actually she had one more lap to do on the opening run.
Well, the golden rule is to do what everyone else does, I think.
This final stretch of the bike getting underway through that first hairpin. As you say, we wait probably until perhaps just before that second hairpin as they come for the second time across the bridge to see who's just going to try and jockey themselves for position as they come over the bridge the second time, and then we'll go down into that hairpin, then through the slightly tighter technical area onto the banks of the river, and then down into the transition zone before going out on the run. Anybody in this group, you would say, certainly has a chance of finding a podium, a top 10 finish, perhaps even first place.
And it's a lot of important points. There's quite a lot of prize money. Some athletes have traveled from Europeans to Mexico to back to here. There's been a lot of travel, a lot of time zones. But you're obviously on a mission to get points and get yourself a good place.
Prize money, you mentioned $7,500 US dollars to the winner of today. $6,000 for second, $4,500 for third. All the way down to 15th place, the prize money.
It's definitely worth getting out of bed for, isn't it?
Certainly wouldn't mind that. $150 US dollars in prize money for 15th. I wonder if that's paid in cash rather than a check at the end of this race, but it's still certainly worth it to get out and compete for the big bucks.
Well, there was I think it was in Hamburg, where they asked me, this is also back in the days, if I wanted it wired or in cash. And I could just like see myself walking through the airport in Stockholm with this like suitcase handcuffed to my hand with my prize money in cash.
Looking more like a James Bond villain
Yeah,
there.
I was really close to take the options, like no, just wired.
Should have asked for it all in coins as well.
Coins, that would have been amazing.
Really made it frustrating for them. Maybe a bit too much though in the hand luggage in terms of weight, that's for sure.
Yeah, it could have been expensive with extra weight that you have to pay on airlines nowadays.
Stratova just slotting back into second after taking another turn to lead this group through. Again, it's quite leisurely.
Yeah, I think
like their way through the streets.
Hedda going towards the front is again like the safety thinking. You don't want to be caught in behind something, someone, a crash as close to the finish of the bike as they are now. It's always a bit dangerous when so people want to have a drink, you know, getting close to the bike. Oh, I need to finish my bottle. So people looking down, drink. You have people negotiating gel wrappers and gels. You're getting close to where you're gonna take your shoes out of your feet out of the shoes. And with people looking at other places than on the road or the person ahead of you, it's going to be one of these times where there's a crash.
This is where people will be trying to refuel for that first kick on the final run of this duathlon today, isn't it?
Yeah, now is a chance. If you look down and you can see two full bottles, you haven't done a good enough job, really. It's quite a lot. A 40k bike, a 15k run over the day. You need to get enough drinks in, and you need to get enough engine. And we're looking at athletes like this. You can probably have 60 to 80, 90 grams of carbohydrates per hour. You can't take in that much when you're running, so the time to get the energy in is on the bike. So it's a super important place in the race where you can refuel and make sure you are optimized for the 10k that's coming up.
Australian Tamsin Monavela just leading this group through. Just on the right-hand side of your screen, 7th here in Kazakhstan, when the city was called Astana 12 months ago.
It's a bit confusing, isn't it?
Named in March 2019, Astana to Nur-Sultan. In honor of former President Nur-Sultan Nazarbayev. Try saying that 10 times. Nice and quick. It's a little difficult, not as difficult as the challenge in front of these women though, as again this group, just as 3 or 4 athletes start to try and pull slightly away and find an order at the front, the rest of this group insists on bunching them back up once again.
Yeah.
Down to this hairpin. It's very slow and very tight, and this is about as hefty a pack as we've seen so far today taking on this turn.
They're almost track standing at the back of the pack.
Bit of weaving and manoeuvring just at the back of the pack to try and ensure that the wheels keep ticking over. Again, you see the work having to be done by those at the rear.
It's funny when one person starts drinking, it seems to be like trickling down in the pack. It's a good reminder, like, oh yeah, it's drinking time. A couple of Aussies in this race, right?
Joanne Miller as well. Wearing the number 14, Australian, leading the push forward, had a few wins in the last 12 months in Oceania Cup events. She's struggled a fair bit to break into the top 10 when it comes to these World Cup events though. 24th in Chengdu.
Chengdu was a complete different race with the semi-finals and finals and being a sprint and a super sprint. So the duathlon Olympic distance is probably as far away you can get from a super sprint and a semi type of race.
It's interesting. I noticed it when it got onto the bikes that Pertona almost threw her shoes down towards the box, and they aren't positioned as you touched on earlier. Maybe some of these athletes will be trying to organise the shoes, get them ready for a quick transition as they come through onto the banks of the river, and it's about to get very hectic indeed in that transitional area.
Well, I saw Ayueda, she actually had 2 pair of shoes. So she threw the pair she had on, she threw in the box, but then there was another pair standing next to the bike. Oh, this athlete is just going to make it to another lap, right? That's good.
Prepared and ready, Japanese athlete. Ksenia, duathlete, I think that was coming through.
You see,
Wait at transition.
it's a bit messy in transition compared to how we are used to see it, with the shoes standing like in perfectly straight lines next to the bike stand. Now they look like there's a kid in the bedroom where mom comes in and like, hey, you guys need to clean up.
All comes down then.
It's quite windy now, I think.
Final run. Right, you can see the trees blowing a fair bit in the background.
Quite exposed in this area where they are as well. You don't get a lot of wind protection.
Back to the river. And the madness commence of transition 2. Going back to the run. Off the bikes.
3 Australians done the tactic to get off the bike first. Very smart.
And on the right, Miller. On the left, you see Uda there as well. Just see the delay for Bertero as she was caught in the middle of the group.
You see
Quick
now
change.
there's a huge difference in times if you come in towards the front of the pack or if you're further back. So the seconds are ticking pretty quick here.
Bertero really struggling to get that final shoe on, and she's one of the last out. The woman in the number 1 jersey, and you touched on it, that Ayuda had a pair of shoes ready to go. She was the quickest out of transition by some way in the end, coming in behind the Australians, and you can see she's out on the run and leading the charge early on. Just that little bit of organisation going into transition 2, a big factor when you compare the number 1 and the number 2 jerseys today.
Of course, it's a big difference if you set up your shoes, you prepare them so they're easy to get back into, you know exactly where they are. You compare that to a pair of shoes that you just kind of rushed, taken off and chucked them somewhere near where your bike is standing.
So 4 laps of the 2.5 kilometre circuit as the leader Uda is going to be joined by Hayes, the Irish woman.
So it's a different urgency now in this run compared to the first one. the first one they were calm and collected and staying as a big group, and now I is really trying to spread out the field here in the first kilometer already. And it's smart because when you have someone like Lisa Peterer having a bad transition, it's being further back. If you push the pace, it's a lot of time that Lisa's going to have to take back.
Front two trying to pull away from this second group of four, the three Australians and the German Nina Aim. As I said earlier, was second in Calgary back in May. Stay hot on the heels of the front two. Just starts to spread out a little bit more.
So it's quite tough this first kilometer when you have to catch back up to someone after a slightly slow transition. Like for myself, my goal was to start running first, and if you could run a 3:25, first 1K instead of a 3:10, which you have to if you're going to, catch up from a poor transition. It's a huge difference for the second half of the 10K. So obviously you don't want to start too fast. You want to start in control and let other athletes catch up to you. To then, when it's about 3Ks to go, you have more cards to play. So Lisa is a bit rushed here, and it feels it's a bit of a stressful position, right? You have to catch up to the front.
She's made her way through the first initial group that she was stuck behind, being so slow out of transition. I think she was in the back three in the end as she came through the Austrian. She's caught up with the three Australians and is pulling a few along with her as well at this point, which won't please the three Aussies and the German in that second group, just back behind the front two. We discussed the kind of tactics that come into play on the bike in terms of communication while they're out there. Is that same communication there when you're out on the run? Because obviously it's, at this point in the race particularly, so draining. It's breathing heavily, I imagine, at certain points, particularly if you're trying to push the pace. And those two out in front, will they just have a knowledge of each other, say, right, we need to go as a group together?
Well, in running compared to biking, it's not so much you can do. In the bike, it's a big group, you have a big draft factor. On the run, of course, you have a little bit of a draft, like here Caroline is sitting in behind I, but it's not at all as big difference as on the bike. So here it's more you have to run within yourself, you have to find your rhythm, you have to find a pace that you can handle for the 10K. If it's slightly too fast, you're not going to be able to keep it. You're going to have to find a pace. This is where I'm at the moment. If you're on the limit, you can take the chance. I'm going to stay here for as long as I can because I'm going to get away from girls that are behind me.
These front two setting the tone, setting the pace early on then. There is a long way yet to go though in terms of this race.
But wow, they have a big distance to the next bunch of girls.
They are adding to their advantage. This group of 7, 8 athletes or so in behind. Trying to find a way to catch up. Bertera, I'm Miller, Hedgeland, all in that group.
And now they get a good sense with the U-turn. They can sense the gap and the distance to the front two girls.
Not as draining perhaps as on the bike, but it's still pretty tiring going just quickly round one of those hairpin turns. You still have to slow the legs down and then refine that energy once again to get back up to pace.
It's actually quite hard. We used to train, we used to run, instead of running 1K reps on the track, we used to run it with a U-turn. So you do 500 meters, turn around, run back. So it's something you incorporate in your normal training program. It's slower, like if you normally say a triathlon 10K, and you say the times, like, oh, but we have also 4 U-turns. So that's a factor that the running times are slightly slower compared to if you have a fluent course with some 90-degree turns that goes around the city or something. But all the U-turns, you actually come to a dead stop and then an acceleration.
It is the only U-turn on the course, on this run course, that Taiwan at the top of the run before they then come back winding down towards transition area.
So Caroline Hayes was 6th at Europeans 2 weeks ago, and she ran a 34. So she got some running pedigree.
Staying on the heels of Ayuda.
It's a very good place to be on a run. If you're on Ayuda's heel, you know you're doing really well. I'm quite tall and got like pretty long legs, and running next to Ai kind of screws me with my head, because she got, you know, she's Japanese, so she's pretty short compared to, you know, Europeans, and she's got really tiny legs and this amazing turnover.
She's just starting to drop the Irish woman as well, as Ayuda takes it up another notch or so, or whether it's Caroline Hayes just unable to maintain that pace. And you mentioned the shorter gait certainly would perhaps befuddle some athletes, particularly when the mental tiredness starts to kick in on the run. She's making a fantastic job of this at the moment in the early going and finding more separation from those athletes around her.
Now this is a perfect place to be for her. She's obviously feeling quite well, she's in control, and she's moving away from the rest of the field. It's just a time where you have to, you know, keep running within yourself, and I think she's quite confident that this is her race and I can, you know, wrap this up with a win today.
Gioli just aside for a moment there, seems to be dropping off the rest of the group, the Argentinian.
Very nice running from there. Good turnover, tight arms.
Moment. Just sitting off the group, sat in front of her. The run just spreading everything out. It comes through to complete lap 1 of 4.
So the question is how much it costed Caroline Hayes to go out with Ayuda. Was it too fast? Did it cost too much? Or did she back off, like with enough time, like before she kind of burned herself out?
When you see the gap that the Japanese leader has over this group coming through transition now, about 100 meters, maybe 150 or so. How long will it take perhaps one of these girls, if they want to make a push, how long will it take one of these women to reel in that gap, realistically?
Well, you need to be a pretty amazing runner if you're going to reel her in right now, because my guess is Ai is running faster than any of the, you know, girls in the group, and to reel her in, you need to find a complete different pace.
28 seconds between third place Jazz Hedgeland, who leads that pack, and the leader right now, Caroline Hayes, 8 seconds off the Japanese leader.
30 seconds in one lap is a lot of time in terms of running.
So if somebody's going to make a push, they're going to have to make a push now.
Yeah.
Or hope that the leader has gassed herself too early.
Yeah. And the way she's looking, I don't think that's the case.
Strong, powerful stance, that's for sure, from Ueda. He's the closest athlete to her, continues to try and plug away. Must be so frustrating to see somebody just putting a hammer down and continuing to lengthen that gap if you're giving it your all yourself.
It's an interesting, like, how to explain, like the feeling. Like first you probably feel in control, you're running with someone, you're running away from the rest, and you feel like, okay, this is really good. And then you start to hurt a little, and it's like, oh, I wonder if this is too fast. And at some stage, you need to make the decision, okay, I have to back off, I have to find my pace that I can continue running on. This pace is too fast. But I still think she's quite happy where she is, because she's in second in a World Cup. She probably still feels pretty good. Like, Ai is a great runner, so okay, I'm gonna let I move up and I can still be on the podium by the end of the day. I just need to keep running, keep moving, and keep my rhythm for the rest of the race.
Hasn't finished in the top 10 in a World Cup event, Caroline Hayes. This would be a phenomenal achievement. I suppose the frustrating thing as well for the other athletes is Ayueda, there's no chance of inexperience being a problem and that she's pushed herself too early. She will know exactly what she can and can't do, and if she feels she can maintain this pace, she knows that she can maintain this pace.
Yeah. So ice swimming is not the strongest. So I had a lot of times where she comes from a little bit from behind, and she just runs through the field. So she always used her run to her, like, that's her superpower. And she used to, like, if you're always near the front, sometimes you can run it more tactical and you can leave it until the last 2 or 3 Ks where it makes a difference. She would always have to run as fast as she can to move up through the field. And the times where she gets off the back with the main pack, where she had a good swim or the pack came together, she's always on the podium.
Right now it looks like she's going to be on the top step of the podium as well, as she is just putting so much distance between herself and second place.
It's great to see a girl from Ireland that's racing again. I used to train with Aileen Morrison. She retired and had a baby, and since then there hasn't really been, younger girls moving up. But they seem to have a nice program, and especially in the boys, there's been a few boys developing and coming into the WTS scenery. And Caroline is 6th at Europeans and now running in the top 3 here. That's a really good start to the year, and very good for Olympic points as well.
Just a wry smile on the leader's face there. She's absolutely loving being out in front and nobody else around her at all, just the whir of the motorbike alongside her. The obvious sign that she is out in front and in the lead. This is the battle for third that's going to get quite intense indeed if they all stay together. The second half of this run. Well, quite isolated at the moment out there on the course, but she'll be more than happy to know that there's a bit of distance between her and the group behind.
This group looks fairly relaxed. It's more similar to the first 5K, where it's a controlled pace. It's not like a pushed pace, or there's no one trying to really do anything. It's more like a transportation to, okay, let's start to race for a third. But I think they kind of settled that first and second have gone up the road, and this is the race for third.
Does that happen naturally? Does that happen by accident? They're going to get a good look at the leader here and know that they are way off Ayueda at the moment. But is that something that you can accidentally fall into just without having pushed yourself enough, and you'll finish a race and think, if I hadn't got sucked into the pack, I could have made a push earlier on the run if I was finish and you still feel you've got a bit of energy left in those legs?
Well, running it's almost like it's fast, and these girls are running at the red, but at the same time the pace is like in slow motion. So it's actually quite difficult to change the position of something, and you can't do it really quickly. So if you find yourself like you falling off the pace from the leaders, you probably know that you're not gonna within the next lap have made your way back up there again. And these girls are not going to be suddenly super tired or going to run slower. So you kind of get a sense that, like, okay, these girls, they're in really good shape and they're having a really good day, and today is the day when they're probably going to get first and second. This is the race for third, and then you start to be a little bit tactical. You're going to have to get rid of some girls, and if you want to get that last podium place, you're going to have to play your cards pretty smart, and that's when it quickly turns into be more of a tactical race. Shulgina, a really good runner. That was a girl who had an awesome run in Chengdu, but a little bit from the back of the field.
She might be able to just pull herself into the group just ahead of her. Get involved in the battle for third at the moment. It's probably the most interesting area of the track right now. I mean, it's just a phenomenal motor on this woman as she comes through to complete the second lap. Such a steady, constant pace. Legs ticking over and over.
Most times, if you look in the results, I is one of the girls with the fastest run time.
Probably going to have the fastest run time you would think of today. The way she's gone off like an absolute rocket.
So here you see where experience and a bit older age is very good for racing. I told you.
Just in the field today. Age is but a number though for Ayueda.
I is also in the athletes committee and has been for quite a few years now. So she's involved in the politics of the sport as well.
This is the battle for third. Edgeland, I'm Yelstratova. All in there. Trailing in the wake of this woman.
Looks like she's out for a training session. Sunday long run. Build run.
See the male elite athletes preparing in the transition area. Carolyn Hayes coming through.
She's holding this together very nicely. You can tell, like, on her running form, it's fast and she's working, but it's definitely not out of control or super pushed to her limit yet.
I guess was something that perhaps this group fighting for third were maybe hoping that somebody out in front would be pushed a little too hard and that perhaps Hayes would be gassed by the Japanese athlete, but she almost made a smart decision to not try and stay with Ueda.
Yeah, no, definitely. If you stay for too long, you might, absolutely burn yourself out. But also, if you can stay for a little bit and you're feeling good, you're opening up that distance and you secure that second place spot, and you actually have eye to drag you away from the rest of the girls. So it's smart also to, even if you feel like it's a little bit quick, stay there for an amount of time, but when you feel it's like, okay, now I'm laboring a little bit too much, I can't hold my stride anymore, then it's time to back off and run at your own pace.
Well, the three Australians there, you just saw Joanna Millows just dropped off that group in the battle for third. Water being taken on by the leader.
I think it's warmed up a little bit now. It's not 12 degrees anymore, right?
Certainly not. Still though a duathlon for the men's event coming up later on today. Certainly water temperature wasn't really a factor when it came into the decision this morning. Conditions of the water though, preventing us from having a full triathlon. Still provided a lot of entertainment though, in terms of the women's elite race. Hertera, she will probably be thinking about that second transition. How long it took just to get, I think it was the right shoe on.
But also like Lisa, considering she raced in Huatulco, was it last weekend?
Came in third in Mexico.
I don't want to think about how many hours she spent on a plane in the last week and how many hours of time difference you have to negotiate. You normally say that 1 hour is 1 day of adjusting. So if you travel, say 7-hour time difference, if you go from Sweden to New York, for example, or a bit further in the US, then you need a couple of days to get your body to be adjusted to the new time zone. And from Mexico to Astana, I don't know how many time zones that is, but it's a lot.
Probably about 9 hours or so at least, if you.
And Huatulco is on the west coast. Yeah, it's on the west coast of Mexico as well, so it's the further away you can get in Mexico from Europe and Kazakhstan.
So perhaps feeling those effects then. 7 days to prepare for this event. Still a chance for a podium though.
Considering how much these athletes are traveling, it's super impressive, all the results and the level of racing and the adjustments the bodies can handle. And you also have completely different foods, completely different hotels. You get to a new environment. We're going to have to negotiate your day-to-day training. So you probably came straight from Mexico to Kazakhstan, and you're going to swim, run, bike, maybe try to find a masseuse or something to keep your body in shape. So the whole adaptation thing is a big part of the life of an athlete.
Long transition as well, because obviously many direct flights from Mexico to Kazakhstan too, so there'll be a number of changes around in airports, waiting around. It just lengthens that travel time for these athletes and eats into their preparation.
Yeah, you might lose a bag somewhere, bag didn't arrive, or your bag got stuck in Frankfurt, which happened quite often.
I remember being out at a triathlon in Dubai, and one of the athletes was waiting for a day or so because the bike hadn't showed up, and it was just frustrating because you're stuck with, you can do your swim and you can do your run preparation, but you can't get down and finish that third phase of the preparation out on the bike.
Well, I was in Abu Dhabi for the WTS a few years ago, and my bike didn't arrive, and I ended up finding I had to borrow a bike from a bike shop locally. Got ready to go down, put my tattoos on, got ready to go to the race, and my bike arrived. So seriously, 2 hours before the race start, my bike arrived. Luckily, I had my boyfriend there, so he can quickly built it for me, and I managed to get my bike into the transition area. But it was like as close you can get on the limit to when the bag can arrive and you can still use it.
Always useful to have an extra pair of hands there just in case, isn't it?
Oh, the stress, the stress of a life of an athlete. And every once in a while, you have an athlete turning up to a race with the bags haven't arrived, so you have to find someone locally who can, lend out their bike or the wetsuit or find equipment for them. So the pace seems to be pretty consistent in this group.
Group of 7, still battling for third. See just on the back end of it, the Argentinian Biaggioli. It's just been about a metre or so behind the rest of that group.
Considering the wind, it would probably be a good race to tuck in and just run in behind someone.
There's no need to do any tucking in for the leader out in front, Norfolk. The woman in second place, Carolyn Hayes.
They'll be having coaches and support people out on the course too, telling them time differences and how the girls are looking from the girls from behind, if it's any urgency or rush, or they probably tell like Caroline to just relax, find your pace, make sure to have a drink. And all the boys in transition will give them information and encouraging as well.
A little look behind from Ueda. She takes on some water. She's almost listening to your words, I think, really.
You can't drink that much when you run. You can get like a sip or two. You can feel quite good getting a little bit of water, and if it's warm, you can also just cool yourself down. You don't want to splash too much. You definitely want to don't get water on your shoes, because wet shoes are heavy shoes and you can also get blisters. But a little bit on your arms and shoulders. My trick would used to be to spread the water, spread the sweat, because that's better for the cooling. She looks so in control in this race.
Pace hasn't changed whatsoever, her gait, in any way, shape or form.
Doesn't need to. She's not pushed to her limit. She's running this quite comfortable. She's got a very efficient running style with active arms, high turnover. She's using these little risers into the wind, using that to actually improve her running style.
Round through the transition area once again. Words of encouragement. A few claps and applause as well from the male athletes. She doesn't really need too much encouragement though. lead looking absolutely untouchable, as it has done for the majority of this run. She starts the final lap, the final 2.5 kilometers here in Kazakhstan. Hayes as well, looking very much in control of her own destiny right now. She begins her last lap.
She's doing it very, very well today. I'm super impressed. Because she's not letting I get away that much, right? She's still kind of, she can see her all the time.
She's kept the gap fairly regular, even if it is an extensive gap. Hasn't continued to grow and grow in the last lap or so.
And for someone like I, she had a crash in Abu Dhabi, right? And she got herself back into fitness. She's building fitness. I would guess she probably have a few more races coming up. So she want to win this one, but she don't want to absolutely empty herself. So I think she would keep this distance under control, do what she has to do, but not do anything more than what she has to do.
Hazelin in this final group that again is just dropping a couple more runners off it. Continuing another one of the Australians falling away, the Ukrainian Yelistratova still in the hunt though, the German I'm as well. Ilova, the Russian, in there. Brit as well. Her turn at the front of this group, looking for third.
There's a lot of girls who opted for like a second layer today, underlayer. I wonder if it still feels nice now, or if it's getting on the warmer side.
About an hour and 10 minutes ago or so, we saw how chilly it was down on the start line this morning. It's still only about 14 degrees. The sun and, of course, the energy being exerted will be helping to warm the athletes through. But you wouldn't say it's roasting down there in any way, shape or form. Gap now 18 seconds between first and second, almost a minute between Jazz Hedgeland and the leader. It's not perhaps the thrilling finale for first place, but it is mightily impressive. As you mentioned, coming back from that injury in Abu Dhabi, from that crash, getting herself back to fitness.
This will be a nice confidence booster for the rest of the season. I think she'll be very happy with that.
Certainly a marker she's almost laying down for herself now in terms of the comeback. She said earlier this week she's just taking every single race as it comes to her, trying to just find improvement and improvement. She's finished in the top 10 in her last 2 World Cup events.
And for younger athletes, someone like Jazz or Caroline, getting on the podium here could be a game changer for the rest of the career. Oh, I think Yelistratova has a stitch or something. She holds herself on the stomach before.
Just as they came up that little rise, she seemed to almost put a foot off the tarmac and onto the dirt somewhere. There was a slight stumble.
But getting on the podium can change the way you look at yourself. Like suddenly you're on the podium in a World Cup race and you're getting that confidence that you need for the next races to get there again and again and again. So you see that sometimes for younger athletes, you make it once and then they do it again. But you have to have that breakthrough race when you prove for yourself you belong on the podium. And to get there is difficult. Once you got on there once, it's easy to repeat and you kind of find yourself there more frequent.
Had that third place finish in New Plymouth earlier this year. Looking to get another podium as well, but it's the Brit Form of War who's once again put herself back in the front of that third place group. Bertera just seems to be dropping off slightly as well. Hasn't ever been leading that charge, has it, for the Austrian?
I wonder if she's playing it like her tactical cards or if she's not feeling so good today.
As we mentioned, it's been a long week for her coming across from Mexico and that third place finish. Impressive to even be staying in this group, fighting for third.
And a lot of athletes, a lot of people used to ask how much is the head and how much is the body. Like for these girls, how much is it in the head? How much do they want this? And how much is it like physical? And if you find yourself running with girls about the same physical ability, this is a lot now down to the heads. Who wants this the most? Who really, really wants to get on the podium today? Because obviously you already run 5K, you biked 40K, and you're out here with girls, and you only have a few Ks to go to finish the race. Everyone is about at the same fatigue levels. So to find that extra bit for the sprint or the last surge is going to be down to your mental strength.
It'd be amazing if Kate Waugh can put herself on the podium. Recently made the step up to the elite women's field, the youngest competitor. Funny to have the podium, the oldest and the youngest competitor at either end of the podium.
That'd be a very nice spread.
The Irish woman of Caroline Hayes in between them, of course, looking like she's going to pick up second. Here is the leader still well out in front and well on her way back down the road, down to a victory here in Kazakhstan.
I think she'll be putting this race to one of her favorite races after today. But I think it is quite windy looking at the cones, where a few of them are laying down. So I think the wind has picked them up, unless the athletes have kicked them down.
I was wondering if it was perhaps the odd frustrated athlete who's inadvertently knocked them. We saw a knock of the cones earlier on this morning in the 5-kilometer run to start this event. Another look behind from Ueda.
Oh, now Lisa is getting dropped from the chase bike.
That's right. Falling behind. It's just not been her morning this morning.
So 4 athletes and 1 medal.
Just a few more meters for Ai Ueda.
Yes, time for some celebration.
Well, there it is. There's the smile. She's been smiling pretty much for the majority of this run. A little clench of the fist towards the camera. She's going to be embracing this moment with just one more turn to go on this final lap. A 10-kilometer run that she has dominated. A fantastic performance from that woman as well. Second place, Caroline Hayes. All but see the finish line. There's no threat of her being caught by those behind in any way, shape or form. She couldn't, though, stick with this woman, who has been quite fantastic out on the course today. A beaming smile on the face of the Iron Girl Ueda, who crosses the finish line in 116 minutes, 38 seconds to take gold here in Kazakhstan. A magnificent performance. Caroline Hayes tried to stick with her early on in the final run. She couldn't do it. She was happy to settle for second, though. And she's taken second in comfortable fashion. And both these two absolutely beaming at the job that they've done. And it's Waugh, the youngest athlete in the field, who's making the push for third. She's trying to leave the rest of the pack behind her, and she's doing it quite successfully. Danilova in 4th, I'm in 5th. Hejland in 6th. But what an achievement for the youngster. Kate Waugh, 25th in Calgary, on the podium though in Kazakhstan. A magnificent achievement for her. And really, that is some story on every position on the podium in Kazakhstan today. Waugh, her first of what is a career that has a lot of legs in front of it. Ai Ueda on the comeback trail, though, will top that podium. Caroline Hayes finally breaking into the top 10 in some fashion in World Cup events. Frustration for Lisa Pertera, who's wearing that #1 jersey today. Here we see the Argentinian coming through as well, Romina Biaggioli. Yelistratova just couldn't handle the pace right at the end. A slight stumble, perhaps a stitch as well, as she holds her abdomen. It was a field that eventually got separated out right at the end. What a push from the young Brit to get that finish of 3rd place. That was the only position that was in doubt, but she left no doubt when she saw the finish line, and she had energy to burn in the end.
I think she was the one who wanted it the most. And it's, again, great to see young athletes, older athletes on the podium together. It kind of showcased what the sport is about.
Georgina coming in as well, under 2 hours.
There's some good signs of fatigue crossing the finish line.
Joanne Miller looking exhausted down there as she's crossed the finish line. She's down on her knees and certainly needs some help. These women have just put absolutely everything into this. We will hear from Ayueda in just a moment, down at the finish line.
If you want to feel what like real fatigue feels like, try to do a duathlon one day.
And last 10K, the push-up, today is very good racing.
How did you feel when you discovered it was going to be a duathlon? Did you like the way that was going to plan out?
Yeah, my favorite part is running. Today changed the duathlon. I try very good situation, but I need a swim challenge. The next week, Asian Championship, push up the getting better. Yeah.
And it's been a long road back from your injuries. Incredibly gratifying to have a performance like that and a World Cup gold.
Yeah, come back in the podium for before Cape Town World Cup. I'm so happy. I continue the training and WTS podium. I hope to WTS podium. Yeah.
And a few words for your Japanese fans back home?
Japanese fan?
In Japanese.
In Japanese. いつも応援ありがとうございます。表彰台に戻れたこの喜びを次のステップにしていきたいと思うので、引き続き応援よろしくお願いします。Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Delighted with her performance, delighted that it was a duathlon. So we just see Edda Hannesdottir down on the ground after finishing. What a race she's had. Let's have a listen as well with the woman that came in second, Caroline Hayes, down there at the finish line.
Caroline Hayes, silver at the Nur-Sultan World Cup, first World Cup podium. Tell us about it.
Oh, I'm just, I'm over the moon. I can't believe it. Well, I just, when I heard it was a duathlon, I was a little bit disappointed, and then I was kind of thinking, oh, I've been running really well, so, you know, this might suit me, but I'm thrilled for my coaches and everyone back home. Delighted.
It was a huge pack on the bikes, pretty much the whole field, and then heading out into the run, you just thought early on that you were going to go with I and hang on there, and felt good?
Yeah, I actually thought I might take I, but I knew I was a great runner, and if I could stay on her shoulder as long as possible, I knew I'd be in a good position. She obviously drilled the first lap. We went out quite fast, and yeah, I felt good, so I actually thought I'd be able to stay with her, but she is the best in the world, so.
And you've been putting together some good results of late, but to do it at a World Cup level must be incredibly gratifying.
Oh, it's just like all the hard work. Everybody knows, like, if you're doing this sport, you you know, you're training on non-stop. But it's just surreal to think that I was working full-time this time last year, and now I'm on a World Cup podium in Kazakhstan. So it's great. Delighted.
Yeah, amazing story. Well done.
Delight for Carolyn Hayes, as we heard there, making her first podium finish. First time in the top 10 in a World Cup event as well. Absolutely fantastic for the Irish woman. Interesting that she thought she could catch Aida on the run, but there was no chance of her staying with the Japanese winner in the end. And we have a chance now to speak with the third place finisher, Kate Waugh, down there at the finish line.
Takes away from the pain of my life.
Kate Waugh, third here in Nur-Sultan. You came through a strong pack there with the final run. You've got the bruises to show for it.
Yeah, I mean, I just tried to kind of stay with the pack. My coach said time and time again, do not go off too hard, do not go off too hard. So it was my first kind of 10K off the bike. So I just kind of had that going around in my head. And then in the last 2.5K, I still felt really, really good. So I just tried to push on and tie the legs of the girl sitting on.
Is duathlon like a format you have much experience of? Obviously the start there is completely different. How were you feeling going into there?
Yeah, I mean, I've done a few duathlons in the past, but yeah, I was a bit gutted when I found out it was a duathlon because it would have been my first Olympic distance. But yeah, you know, like my running's been going really well, and I was like, everyone's in the same boat, so yeah, I'm pleased anyway.
So now that World Cup podium puts you in a great position for the rest of the season?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't have the best, I haven't had the best start to my season, so this is like giving me so much confidence, it's giving me the boost I need. I'm so over the moon. I didn't expect this at all, so yeah.
And to come through that group, there was 7 or 8 of you there on the run, all, you know, some really strong contenders, so even more to get through that.
Yeah, I mean, I just tried to not let it get to my head. I had the pain in my feet from my shoes rubbing, and I've now got those cuts on my feet. So I was trying to think about that more to not let me get too distracted and like caught up in it. So yeah, obviously worked.
The Scars have a great battle. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thanks.
Kate Waugh, 25th in Calgary in May, 3rd on the podium here in Kazakhstan. As we take a look at the top 10, then Aida finishing first by some way ahead of Carolyn Hayes, who is then a ways away from the rest of that group. Kate Waugh coming in 3rd, Elena Danilova coming in 4th, Nina Im coming in 5th. Jazz Hedgeland thought perhaps she could make a push towards the end. The Australian coming in 6th. Lisa Pertera as well will be frustrated after a very long week indeed, and her 3rd place finish in Mexico coming in 7th. Yela Stratova wasn't able to hang with the rest of that 3rd place chasing group. The Ukrainian Tamzin Monoveale coming in 9th, and then the Argentinian Romina Biaggioli coming in the top 10. That is the end of the women's elite race here in Kazakhstan. Coming up in just a few minutes or so, the men's elite race from Nur-Sultan. A very good morning to you all. We are in Nur-Sultan in Kazakhstan for this WTS World Cup event. The men's elite race getting set to get underway at around about 11:30 local time. The women have set the standard this morning. So you join myself, Oliver Wilson and Lisa Norden, along for this journey through this beautiful city that unfortunately will not see us having any action in the water this morning. The conditions in the water today meaning that they are not fit for the swim start. Instead, it will be a duathlon event with a 5-kilometre run to kick things off this morning before the 40-kilometre bike ride and then the finale of the 10-kilometre run. 5-kilometre run replacing the 1.5-kilometre swim that was expected. As we take a look at the start list for the elite men's race, and one man who will be frustrated to perhaps see the swim being removed will be the man who wears the number 1 jersey, Matthew McElroy, a junior lifeguard, surfer by trade. Certainly happy to be in the water, but see him there today. Brandon Copeland wearing the number 2 jersey, big expectation on him. Polyansky coming out in the number 3. Carl Smith, the New Zealander, in number 19. Russian athlete, yeah, Raslov. Perhaps trying to set the standard. Polyansky as well, Igor Polyansky, an excellent finish here last year. The city formerly known as Astana, wearing the number 12 jersey. The Russians certainly tried to set the standard in the women's event early on this morning. Without too much success in the end, none of them on the podium, just one inside the top 10. That could change though, particularly with Polyansky coming into this event. Lisa, it's a strong men's field to say the least. And again, I imagine mixed reviews from the men in terms of whether being for or against the duathlon format that we're seeing this morning.
Yeah, definitely. I think a lot of, like listening to the girls, there's a lot of disappointment that they weren't a swim. Even with the girls that you would see as like really good runners and you'd think they would benefit from a duathlon. Some guys here would be very happy to hear that it's a duathlon, and especially the stronger runners, of course, will be able to use their running talents to get a really good result and claim some good points. But I think a lot of athletes will be disappointed as well because there's going to be no swimming. And if you come from a swimming background, you use the swim to get away on the bike, to get into a small breakaway and then survive on the run. This is not the race you want to have instead.
About 20 more athletes in the men's elite field compared to the women this morning, 55 in total lining up on the start line today. There's a high expectation around that man who will lead them out, Matthew McElroy, who finished second at the AJ Bell World Triathlon in Leeds last weekend. A phenomenal achievement, but will that have drained the legs a bit coming into this week?
I think it will be just a massive boost of confidence, if anything.
Polyansky, the man who won it last year wearing the number 3, be a bit of an expectation for him to repeat as well. Lasse Lurs, the German, second in Madrid in May on the World Cup Series. Morgan Pearson, who got second in Mexico. There's a lot of informed men at the front of this field in theory. And this, as we mentioned with the women, is about the time in the season that you want to start showing your form and be consistently getting those top 10 and podium finishes right now.
Yeah, definitely. We're about halfway through the season, and most of these athletes have done a bunch of races already. They've done some adjustments, or they're really getting into form basically.
So there, the Austrian Lukas Hollus going through. He had the 4th fastest run in Calgary back in May when he finished 6th. 3 podiums in his career, but this is certainly a chance for him to try and find another one of those this afternoon. Never count out somebody from further down the pack as well, as we saw this morning with Kate Wall, for instance, coming through to take 3rd place. The youngster with a fantastic achievement on a podium for the women that had young, middle and old across it. third, second and first respectively. It's a big group this though. It's a very big group with 55. It's going to be crowded, particularly if, as we saw in the earlier race this morning, they end up all staying as one large bunch. Do you see that perhaps being a possibility, or do you expect this to be slightly more spread out, perhaps a bit more activity, shall we say, on the bike than we saw in the women's event?
Well, I think maybe there's going to be someone who really wants to create a small break from the first run. I think there's enough running pedigree trying to create a break of 5 to 10 athletes and then setting yourself up for a good rest of the race. But it is going to be crowded. I think the running track is quite narrow, so they're going to struggle to stay like within the cones and within the track. And it might be a bit of a fight for position just to have a track to run on. If you towards the back of the pack on this narrow track, you're also gonna find yourself having to work a bit more in the U-turns, and you're actually gonna be a bit, even if you're in the pack, you're gonna be quite behind the leader of the pack.
So there towards the back of this group, Semyon Ivarov, who is again the only representative from the home nation, Kazakhstan, in the men's field. Only one Kazakhstani athlete in the women's event this morning. Wasn't a glorious morning either in the end for Kumakbayeva.
One of the biggest changes in terms of duathlon compared to triathlon is that the ranking doesn't really impact so much on the race. In a triathlon, you line up according to your ranking, just like they do here. But to choose your starting position is quite important and can really affect your race. So you would have seen the swim course, you would measure if you want to be on the left or right side or in the middle. In a duathlon, of course, you don't have waves, you don't have currents, you don't have that big fight to get to the first buoy. So it's a bit more relaxed and it's a bit more finding a place to stand on. And then the first K of the run is going to sort itself out.
But I suppose as well, though, at this point, it's a big funnel of 55 athletes that's going to go into, as we've already seen, what is a track that's probably only about 1.5 meters, maybe 2 meters if that wide, and is split down the middle by those cones. There's not going to be a lot of room. There will be some athletes that will be hoping to not get jostled out and get pushed into the middle of a group, which will make life difficult slightly to push through and get towards the front on this early run, and perhaps just have a little bit of clean air right out in front of them. It's going to be an interesting funneling factor as we look down the course towards that start line.
Yeah, definitely. You don't want to be caught in behind too many other athletes. You want to get a good start.
We saw a trip early on as well in the women's event.
We did, yeah, and that's quite costly. It's actually, like when that happens in a race, you fall down, even though you don't injure yourself, your heart rate spikes and you're just a bit unsettled, and then you have to find the rhythm and find, to get going again.
Last few, the men's elite start to line up here on the start line. It is slightly disappointing that the water isn't available to us for the swim. It doesn't necessarily take away from the event in any way, shape or form, because it still gives an exciting race, but it just takes that third dynamic out of it, and it's certainly a problem for those that are the strong swimmers in the field to really push on. Perhaps the swim and the bike are your forte and the run isn't your strongest. It makes life very difficult indeed, at least for the male athletes as well at the start line here. It's a lot warmer than it was for the women this morning,
yeah,
that's for sure.
They still look a bit cold and they have the towels and the jackets, but standing around waiting when you're in shape and a bit skinny, and I think it's like, is it like 13, 14 degrees right now in there? It's not that much.
It's cool, to say the least. It's not quite as cold as it was earlier on this morning. It's about 9 degrees when the women set off on their race. It's time for the elite men. As they wait to get this World Cup event underway here in Nur-Sultan. Ayueda set the tone fairly early on. Will we have a tone being set quickly by the men as well? And if so, Who will it be? It's almost a sprint start.
It's really a sprint start, wow. There's no waiting around here.
I did say when we were off early so that you expected to see something perhaps a little more loco in terms of the men's field, maybe a few more jostling for position, maybe some pushing it on the bike a little bit more. And even from that first start there, you see.
Well, I think I claimed the women were smarter, right?
That is true, that is true.
And a bit more conservative maybe in terms of like using your superpowers too early. The men seem to, I shouldn't say anything about the smartness, but a bit more aggressive style of racing sometimes, which is wonderful watching races.
This is interesting as well because this will obviously be the widest part of the track, and even now you can see that some of the athletes are still off the asphalt and on the grass as they start things off on lap 1 of 2 of the 2.5 kilometre laps that make up the opening 5 kilometres of this first run stage of what is now a duathlon here in Kazakhstan.
It would be interesting to have a running speed on them to see like how fast they run, because I think this is pretty rapid, the first K here. Like you said, to get into the narrow part, to be near the front, to being pushed off the track or pushed towards the back is not where you want to be.
Let's just say it's going to get very tight indeed as they start to thin out a little. This mob, if you will.
What was interesting to hear, you know, you're saying about disappointment or how you tackle it being a duathlon. Even someone like I, who's a fantastic runner and not famous for a super strong swim, she was disappointed because she wanted the swim, because she wanted the experience and the push, because next week she had the Asian Champs where she wanted to have a good swim.
And I suppose particularly for Ayueda, coming back from injury as well, she wants to test herself in every aspect, doesn't she? She wants to be fully prepared rather than knowing that maybe she can rely on a bike and run, but she still wants to have that swim up to the top of her game, if you will.
Because that's we are triathletes, and you want to have that swim. And even if you might be one of the people who don't really like the swim, you still train for it, you're prepared for it, and you're like trying to make it yours. So you want to go through it and see how you can do it today.
It's Emil Holm, number 46, out in front for Denmark at the moment.
I think his sister raced in the women's race earlier. They're both quite young, and they trying to earn Olympic slots for Denmark.
Canadian John Rasmussen now taking up the mantle of leading this group through.
Almost sounds like there was a Danish last name, maybe have Danish
heritage in him.
Exactly.
He has struggled in World Cup events, never been in the top 20. 22nd in Sarasota. It's one of his best finishes. He was 32nd in Mexico, the Canadian. Managed to put in a good performance though in Bridgetown in the American Cup in April this year. Certainly his standout result of 2019 so far for the Canadian. The Dane that will be leading them off then. Where it's going to start to tighten up, though they're seemingly ignoring the cones at this point. Such is the size of this group. There's a few of them just going around the inside.
Yeah, they almost need to open it up with that big of a field.
I suppose if you are somebody that perhaps feels you can be a pace setter, but you're back in the middle of this group, it's going to be a difficult task to push yourself to the front, get out in front, and they're almost stuck in this order just for the first bit of this opening run.
Yeah, you probably, like if you're in the middle here, it's probably quite wise just to stay there and let yourself build into the race. I don't think anyone is gonna like really fly off the front. It's gonna be a slow kind of wind up pace. So if you have the running legs, you wanna kind of make your way up to the front. You don't want to do it in one go trying to get up there.
You did see, of course, Isakova go hell for leather in the early going on the run, the Russian, and it seemingly cost her dearly out of the top 10 in the end when it all came down to the finish in the women's elite race earlier this morning. Another change at the front already. It's the Americans that are starting to push the pace now. McIlroy just on the right of your screen.
And he had his breakthrough race last week, eh? That was something fantastic to watch. And imagine for a guy like this who grown up seeing Gomez dominating the sport of triathlon and beating him in a World Series race. Must be a pretty epic feeling.
It's the two confidence men of the Americans that are leading at the moment, McIlroy and Morgan Pearson. Pearson, who finished second in Mexico last weekend, had the fastest run as well in Mexico.
Nothing builds confidence like winning.
What is it they always say in sport? Winning breeds winning, doesn't it?
My coach used to say nothing builds confidence like training, but I think actually like winning is better.
Yeah, nice to always see fruits for the labours, isn't it?
Yeah.
Particularly if you're getting up at 4 o'clock every single morning for an early morning training run or swim. More than happy to leave that up to you, Lisa, I have to say.
Well, if the kids have to go to school and they swim early, you have to swim early with the kids.
Come down this long straight before they make that left-hand turn into the transition area, and certainly hope that there are no mistakes in terms of anybody trying to get on the bike early, as we saw in the earlier race. Pearson out in front, pushing the pace.
It's a few more socks and compression socks than we used to see in normal triathlon. And probably a few less blisters as well, because you can manage to have socks.
We heard Kate Wall talking about the pain and the blisters that she had in her feet, and maybe some of the male athletes have just heeded her warning slightly. Again, for instance, the first transition, I know we're still a few minutes away from the end of the second lap as they come around and finish the first, but even this change to go onto the bike, what they do with the shoes, where they prepare, where they put them, the way they come in and change over onto the bike, makes a big difference in that second transition, as we saw in this duathlon, because those athletes have only got one pair of running shoes with them.
So some athletes might have two pairs, and that's what we saw with Ai, for example. She had two pairs set up next to her bike, and I think if we get a shot, I think I saw a couple of extra pairs, so that means some of the boys would have brought two pairs as well. If you were like, you know, if you intended to go to triathlon, which all these boys intended to go, you probably just brought one pair of trainers, or flats to race in. Then you only have one pair of flats, and you're gonna have to reuse them for the second run.
Would you not bring two pairs to every event when you've perhaps got the knowledge that at any point something could change and we could be forced, as we have been this morning, into a duathlon setting? Would that be the way? I mean, you personally, would you always have two pairs with you, or would you only bring one?
Well, I never brought two pairs, I think, during my whole triathlon career. A couple of times when, because in a few races there's been occasions where the transition run has been quite far from the swim to T1. And then I know we've been allowed to use running shoes. So then I brought two pairs of racing flats, so I could have one pair after the swim. But for triathlon, like then you have to start to, like, you should bring two pair of helmets because one might break on the trip, and there's so many things you have to carry around that it's not going to be manageable when you travel around the world. But then, like, some athletes might train in, quite a light pair of trainers, and you might opt to use them for the first or the second run. Here we go, and someone's made a move.
Irving Perez making the move, the Mexican athlete. Man who certainly considers himself a very strong swimmer, and he's trying to use that advantage perhaps that he would have had were we swimming to start this event in the early run on the 5 kilometers. Again, always dangerous to push the pace too early, but Perez seems to be happy to make an early push at this point.
But as we saw in the women's race, the bike course is flat. It's quite large open roads and not that technical. If you don't fancy a big bike pack during the bike, then now is the time to make a move and trying to split it up and drag it out a little bit. Unfortunately for him, no one really wanted to go with him today. So you would, perfect scenario would be to have maybe 4, 5, 6 more guys with you, so you have a nice little group that could do the work together.
Again, it's the same thing that we saw in the women's elite race this morning, of one going and nobody else following and everybody else happy to stay in a group, perhaps work together on the bike and then possibly use that to filter a few out, although we didn't see that at all in the race this morning in the women's event. It was basically the whole of the field all together and it only got stretched out in T2, in transition 2, and eventually when we got onto the run.
So I would almost, if I had some teammates, if it's training partners from different countries or teammates from the same national team, I would make a little pact and try to like, hey, listen, should we break it up on the last 2Ks on the run today? And try to get into a small bike group instead. But then again, if you have the legs and you fancy yourself being one of the favorites for a 10K run off the bike, then there's no need to push the pace at this time in the race.
Is any part of it good for the, now it sounds a little bit cynical, but the athlete branding, if you will? If you're out there leading the charge for, say, this early part of the run, you know, it adds an extra area of showmanship. Sponsors obviously like that sort of thing because people will know, okay, that's Perez out in front, he's wearing our gear, he's in front of the camera. The camera is always going to be on the lead athlete.
Of course, the best part is always to be in the lead when you're going to get that, you know, the finish line and the banner and the hands in the air part. For sponsors, that's what they like the most. But of course, if you can, you know, show yourself during the race, then you're going to have a TV camera and people are going to know your name and you're going to have, you know, the attention span for the race for a while. But if you do it and then completely burn yourself out, maybe not, you know, it's the best move. It's the same for breakaways on the bike and stuff. You get some TV time and coverage, but you want to make sure you use it wisely and use it to your advantage.
Take a look at the transition area, the bike's ready and prepared, which you can see if there's any extra pairs of shoes down there.
It's not that many, eh?
Can't really see any at this point.
That means the boys are going to have to be careful when they take the shoes off. So they leave the shoes in a way they can put them on pretty quickly when they get back from the bike.
It took 10 seconds or so to get one of her shoes on when she came through transition and ended up being very slow out of it. Even just the minute detail, I suppose, of opening up the shoe as you take it off a little more so it's easier to slip on the second time around.
Sometimes you get in to transition in the wrong way, like everything just, you know, goes the wrong way. I had times too when I've been just stuck. I can't get out. Like I haven't done any, you know, any major errors, but everything just seems to take extra time.
This is where a lot of the action is going to be coming from. In just a few minutes' time or so, when Perez leads them through.
Someone gonna have a penalty there. I think there's an official with a whiteboard looking ready to penalize them.
I wonder if it's anybody that's been cutting the corner slightly by going the wrong side of the cones in this large group. There's a few just falling away at the back already, but only a handful. It's fairly mob-handed as they weave through the little chicane and onto this back straight that leads down towards T1. As Perez drops back into the group, his early push almost seemed to be reined back himself more than anything else, but this is where the elite women started to stretch out the field, as perhaps the men will try and do the same. Pearson leading them through, the American. McElroy alongside him in close contention. Silvald as well, the South African, wearing the number 14 in there too.
So it's different, like when you start with the run. In the swim, you can't really see how many people that are around you, who's around you. how far it is to the front. Here everyone has, you can see they're looking around, they're checking out who's to my left, who's to my right, how big is this group. So when they start the bike, they know exactly what's happening. From the swim, normally, they have no idea. You just have to go for it.
Benson as well, the British athlete there. There's an extra pair of shoes just towards the back on that right-hand side of your screen, but none of the front runners seem to have that. Montoya, the Frenchman, coming into transition, quick on the helmet. See how the Americans of McElroy and Pearson. McElroy, you would feel, has a slight advantage. There's a slip there as well at the front by Brandon Copeland as he went into transition, meticulously placing the shoes on the right side, and they're all getting out fairly smoothly. Perez is the one who's got the penalty. The elite men are out on the bike and out onto the 6 laps then of this 40-kilometer bike ride. 6 laps that take you out of transition, a 90-degree turn left up to the first hairpin, then back down and round and across the river, then back across it quickly over the 2 bridges before the second hairpin, and then they will snake round alongside the banks of the river back to the transition area. And they will do that 6 times on this 6.7-kilometer course before getting out on the final 10-kilometer run.
So I wonder if Perez knew he had a penalty, and that's why he tried to get a bit, of a head start to make sure he was still going to start riding in that front pack.
Well, he might just be on the tail end of it if he's able to be quick in that first transition. There's an American leading it. I think that it's McElroy, but I'm not 100% sure. He and Pearson were both leading the charge. The early going on the first 5-kilometer run.
You get a sense of how fast they're riding when you're sitting on the motorbike.
There is a bit of wind as well out there. That's been blowing fairly steadily, not quite a gale, but certainly enough to slow down those on the bike. This is the 90-degree turn that takes them up to the first hairpin, the start of the bike course. We get back with the leaders.
It's a sizable group. They got rid of some athletes, but basically it's all the big names together.
More of a snake rather than a bunch of athletes, though, together.
Which means they're pushing the pace pretty well near the front.
South African Sowaldu is out leading the way.
They're very talented young athletes, following the footsteps of Murray and Skuman.
Didn't finish in Leeds earlier this month, last weekend. Hasn't finished inside the top 10 on a World Cup event since 2017 in Weihai. It's just a little murkier, the skies around Nur-Sultan.
It's a bit like overcast.
Wind has picked up slightly a little more. The weather conditions are slightly less favourable perhaps than this morning. Just see there Sowal just waving some of the other athletes on, saying if we're going to go, we should all go.
But it's some sharp words being said around the pack as well. Again, another trouble, we mentioned it before with the girls' race. So if you come out from the swim, you're going to be pretty sure you have some good runners coming out, further back from the water. Here, with all the good runners coming out together. Oh, here we go. They actually got a break.
These three making the push. Sowald, McElroy, and the Frenchman Montoya as well. And you saw the South African getting rather frustrated with the other two, that neither of them were taking over and taking on the pace themselves and dragging each other along, but they are trying to get away from this big group. And it's an early push as well on the first lap of 6.
This is what I said, the boys are a bit more aggressive. They're not happy to settle into the big pack, but
Frenchman and the American once again sitting behind the South African. His respite in the draft of the other two. A fleeting one indeed. It's almost like the other two are saying if he wants to push the pace, then he's got to be the one that pushes the pace as McIlroy pulls alongside. Another look as well from the South African.
This is a good good triple. I wonder if the pack is gonna let them. They're gonna have to get organized here in the chase pack, because this could be really dangerous if they let these three boys off the road. But it's
Another one that's joined them as well.
It's a difficult course. It's like long straight roads, wide roads. It's a bit of frustration from Leon. The group is together. It's to get away, you're gonna have to do a pretty massive breakaway. Like you're really gonna have to dig deep.
If you're going to push, you've got to push hard and fast.
Yeah, it's not one of these courses where you slip away and you get out of sight and suddenly you have a minute.
And it's a big enough group behind as well that can easily work together to rein you in.
The problem when you have a lot of athletes in a group, there's always going to be fresh legs. There's always going to be someone who's not willing to let that group get away from the front. If you're a person watching cycling and oh well, in bike racing, there's breakaway groups and people can always get away, but they race as a team. In triathlon, you all race for yourself, so no one in that chase pack is going to be happy about letting someone off the front. There's no oh, that's my teammate, so that's okay, or that's my countryman. It's everyone for themselves. It's Olympic points and prize money, and it's a very different dynamic from a road race.
The Spaniard Roman Forquez, who is the third to last ranked athlete, although you did mention, Lisa, that ranking doesn't come into it as much, particularly in a duathlon.
No, duathlon and a new format from what these boys are used to do to race. You also have a lot of young athletes that we haven't seen so much. So they haven't raced and they don't have a good ranking, but they might come out here and absolutely have a blast and get into the top 10. So it's quite exciting because you watch a World Series and most of the top athletes, who they are and where you expect them to be, and here you can have some new ones suddenly just having a blind over race. A bit like Caroline Hayes in the women's race today. You haven't seen her so much in the World Series races.
There's another two just trying to pull away from the main pack. I think it's Matthew Wright who's leading that front two to try and get away. It'd be interesting to see if this is 6 laps of racing where there's a couple that almost try and take it in turns every so often to try and pull away from this main group, or if that only starts in the first couple of laps and then people settle down for another 2 and they work as one big group together. This is the tighter section as they come along towards the river banks, where they can't afford to be such a mob bunch. There's particularly quite a slow little chicane here that's going to slow everybody down.
Yeah, I definitely think there's boys that are not happy to just sit in the pack and wait for the second run.
I'm not going to say anything about testosterone levels all being put together and suddenly the level of competition really starts to kick up slightly.
But it would have been easy for them with a few more corners and twisty, turny kind of roads. Even if you're aggressive and willing to work, working against such a big bunch on flat roads are difficult.
Is that because obviously when you've got a lot more corners and twisty bits, being the individual is faster than being in that group because the group has to slow down even more? That's why those breakaways are so much easier.
Yeah, definitely. So if you're if you're near the front, you're by yourself, you can pick the best lines, you can keep all the speed. You don't have to worry about sharing the job or working together with someone. You don't have to sit behind someone who might not be so good at cornering. If you have an athlete in the chase pack who might not be confident in corners, you're behind that person, he's going to slow everyone down in the group. So if you're a small, tight group trying to break away and you really push it well, you can just earn free speed through doing all the technical stuff really well. You also get out of sight. You can tuck in behind, a building, behind a corner, and that's a huge mental advantage, because if you chase someone and you can see them all the time, it's easy to motivate people, like, come on, they just up the road, come on, we can see them. Once you can't see them, it's way more difficult to get that motivation going and the work in the group going.
And you can hide when you push as well. If you get around a corner and the group can't see you, you can hide then and make your push then. So when they come around the corner, that gap is a little bit further, and as you say, the mental game certainly comes into play. So they're on lap 2 now of 6 on the bike. It's been a fast, aggressive start. There is one aggressor out in front that is getting away from the pack. Work out exactly who it is. It's one of the Americans. It is Seth Ryder, who has the lead right now. He's riding out in front.
But you could also be lucky that you catch the pack a little bit off guard. They start to look at each other and they can't figure out who's going to do the chase work, and suddenly the seconds are kind of ticking off. But it's quite a long way to do this solo. You still have a decent distance to go, and it's going to cost you. So as an athlete, you have to make the decision somewhere. Can I get the gap that I need to make up from how tired I am from the bike, so I can get that back on the run? So if you have, say for Olympic distance, if you have a minute or a minute and a half, that's what you need because of the extra work you've done on the bike. If you only get 20 seconds and you're going to be riding solo on the front, it's going to hurt you more than what you get back once you get to the run.
It's definitely, I would say, one of the stronger bike riders in this group. Arguably, and I'm sure he would say himself, that one of the probably the strongest cyclist in this field today. Always rates himself on the bike, and he's trying to show that off now. It's a very early push indeed. Whether he can maintain it or not is another question. At the back of that pack, you see McQueen there, just hanging on. The American, his fellow countryman of the leader.
But he sat up and he looked back, and I don't think he wants to do this by himself. He was hoping that someone's going to join him, so he could, if you have a 2-up or you 3 people, then it's possible to do it by yourself. Again, it's a Florida. But to race against a bunch of guys sitting nicely tucked into a pack is a big ask.
You mentioned earlier on in the women's race, just tucked in on those side bars, Ryder, and looking very calm indeed. Has a little look behind him, looking to see where the rest of the pack is. There's a bit of distance. It's not a lot of distance. There's a bit of distance. It's whether this group decide to suddenly reel him in or not. They've got plenty of time to do it.
This boy's almost freewheeling at the back, so the pace here is not very high.
Just on that little uphill, one of the few climbs that they're up. Just see their rider positioning himself on the left so he can easily see back behind him and know exactly where the pack is. And perhaps he's just made his push a little too early.
But this is the time, so once the pack catches him, it's a perfect opportunity for a counter breakaway. So if you go, so the pack has okay, we're gonna work, we're gonna catch this guy, you catch and someone else breaks away. Eventually you're gonna tire that chase pack mentality down, and at one stage, you might be able to get away. So counter attack is normally a very good tactic.
So they come down the other side of the bridge, and we wait to see if anybody is going to push it once again. Celiari, the Italian, now leading the group through. spread out across a fair bit of the width of the 3-lane carriageway.
It's like opposite to where they run, right? They have all the space in the world. On the running track, it's super narrow.
They won't have too much space as they come down the other side of this bridge as they cross the river for the second time on this lap. See McQueen out of his saddle, going to work just to make sure he pulls alongside everybody else in this large group. Chartier and he just having words.
Be awesome to have a microphone in the pack, I think.
Two Brits out towards the front. Morgan Davis has just let up. Benson leading them through.
Yeah, I think we're going to see this pack coming into transition for the run. I don't think much is going to change. Unless there is some less known runner they're not too worried about and not bothered to chase down. But I don't think they're going to take that chance either. I wouldn't.
See Massey right. Barbados just taking on that front position. He's joined by Walkington. Finished second here in Kazakhstan last year. Marcel Walkington, the Australian. Again, you see McQueen is just dropping off the back of this main group. He's really struggling to stay with them. It may just be a case of finding a little more room for himself as they approach the hairpin, because this again is where it all gets bunched up and very slow, and you compare the pace to Ryder when he was out in front on his own to the way they come through this corner this time as a big group, and it is so much slower. It all lengthens out once more as they push back down towards the banks of the river once again to finish off lap 2.
You see here how much harder the last two boys have to work compared to the front ones. Like, you have to ride your way down in the air bars, ride your way back up again.
Jansky's certainly just taking his time every so often. Seems to be doing half the amount of pedaling of everybody else, but still just staying on the back of this group.
But it's funny because it almost seems like they're keeping a distance from like the last riders as well. They have a little solo group kind of just behind the main pack.
Any tactical reason behind that, do you think, or just it's the way it's panning out for them?
Well, you definitely don't have to take a turn, that's for sure. Now we have two boys going off the front, which Polyansky would be completely unaware of where he's sitting. Now, I don't know, for me personally, it's harder to be at the back. You have no control of what's happening in the front, and you also risk being caught out in a crash. So I wouldn't recommend anyone to sit, at the very back. If you definitely don't want to take a turn, and also if you're a little bit insecure of being near people, because if you're in a pack, you're going to have someone to the right of you, someone to the left of you. You're going to be 5 centimeters from another person's back wheel, and if you're at the back, you can actually have a bit more space around you. But it's going to cost you more energy, and you're going to have to do a bit more accelerations, and sometimes you're going to catch a bit more wind than if you're tucked in the pack.
You can see there, just on that little rise up the hill that snakes up towards the bank of the river. When you come through in that large group, even just on that quick corner, it slows down so much, and that fairly, I wouldn't say steep, it's such a short hill, but it's still just a slow climb, which when you're doing it slowly, you're just going to zap a little bit more energy from the legs rather than taking the momentum into that if you're up at the front like these two are and pulling away from the pack.
Definitely, it's all about keeping speed. Like, corners is about exiting at the highest possible speed. If you're going up a short incline, you want to carry the speed with you over the incline. So if you come in and you almost have to brake, and then you have incline, you're going to switch down the gears, and you're going to have to almost accelerate your way up the hill, which of course is way harder, and you're going to, use power from your legs that you want to keep for the run. The cycling is a lot about carrying speed and keeping the speed. Ooh, wow.
This is not good at all, with the wind picking up and blowing the mat in the transition area all over the place. That looked like it could have had disaster written all over it just for a second there.
That was a good save from the last couple of athletes with even the bunny hop to get over it.
There's no help for the tyres in the inner tube though, those little hops, that's for sure.
So who have we got in here off the front? Is it Holm, the Danish athlete, or is it it's definitely a red suit?
Maybe the Austrian of Hollhaus.
Oh yeah, of course.
Who's made a push, trying to get good visual on it.
I think they picked the right place on the course, because they've gone through that little chicane bit, through transition, out here.
So Lisa, this is where we need you out on a bike with a radio mic giving us a live update of exactly what's going on
That
out
would
there.
be awesome, from within the bike pack.
In the pack, for sure.
I'm not sure if I could do any commentary though.
Oh, it's not that hard, they're not going that
No,
fast, come on.
I can be at the back with Polianski.
Polianski and McQueen still bringing up the rear right now of this group. Down towards the first hairpin they go on lap 3 of 6. It's not an overly aggressive pace from the pack.
Actually build up a little bit of distance now, these two boys.
Lucas Bertel, the Austrian, so it is an Austrian. It's not the one we were expecting. Win van der Planck, the Belgian as well, up there. Bertel the leader. These two have made the split, trying to find some distance.
So if they're lucky now, the chase back is gonna, sit back and have a look around. Who's gonna be willing to do the chase? And if no one is motivated enough, these guys might be lucky enough to get a few minutes. They might also say that, okay, I don't think these guys, I can still outrun them if they get a minute. So it's a bit of a gamble. Like, okay, we let them get a minute, and we can probably bring them back on the run. But there's going to be a bunch of them who's not willing to let them slip away.
This is the chase group with Johannes Vogel, the German, pushing it on. Kindle, the Austrian, trying to help motivate that group to reel in these front two. Certainly got more distance than any of the early riders that we saw trying to make a push away from the main group. Van der Planck.
Interesting, they only have one bottle each. For a 2-hour race, I would have picked 2 bottles.
Anything to lighten the load on those bikes, perhaps.
Well, it's a flat bike course, so you're not going to have to negotiate any hills or climbing. And for a 2-hour race, we're going to actually run 15Ks, not 10Ks. My old coach used to weigh the bottles after every race. And we get in so much trouble if we didn't drink enough. And there was a time where I was in a breakaway with one of my training partners, and she knew she was going to get in trouble if she didn't drink enough, so she actually poured out the bottle during the race. But she did it right where the coach was standing.
Oh,
that
dear,
was not
dear.
appreciated.
See the extra pace and aggression that's going in, but you can also hear that wind and the resistance that they will be feeling from it. Being out on their own and only these two to help each other.
So what's good when you're 2 people, you're both committed and you share the workload, and there's no doubt who's gonna, you're gonna take your pull if you want to be in that breakaway.
I'd love to see how much of a gap there is between these two and the chasing pack. The other breakaways have been dragged back into it fairly quickly, to be honest. This is probably the longest time that we've had out on the bikes that a breakaway has been maintained and the gap has been maintained.
Is this the chase group? If it is, it's a lot smaller than what it was before, isn't it?
It's another group that's just splintered away.
Maybe the wind is, that the wind has picked up is a factor too, that you can get away. Because once, if you get away and then it's a headwind, you can probably benefit from that once you slipped away.
This would be a chase group as well that is not littered with any of the big names, really. As the front two get towards that slightly narrower section as they go down towards the hairpin.
One thing to remember too, so if you find yourself in a breakaway like here, you're gonna have to probably up your carbohydrate intake because you're using a bit more energy than if you would be tucked into a bunch. So when you're working harder, you need to drink more and get more carbohydrates in the body.
Brazilov and co, the Russian there on the yellow bike. Again, pushing this group forward and on the same stretch of road as the leaders.
But this
down
must
towards the hairpin.
be a third group, right?
I think it is, because there's a larger group you can just see in the... That's the main pack. And you can see the gap isn't that big between the front two and the rest of the main group at all. Certainly not big enough for these two to feel like they've made the push and made it worthwhile. And again, another two on a breakaway.
Now they're waiting, I think they're just waiting for them to catch up now.
Going to be reeled in.
It is a difficult course to break away, not to ride.
I'd fancy my chances myself of being able to negotiate the actual track. Whether my pace would be the same as any of these guys, I highly doubt, to be honest. As I've said this morning, it's a very flat bike ride indeed. Slightly longish draining climbs, at least up the one side of each bridge over the river, but aside from that, there's a chance for people to put the pace down. Really reach some of the top speeds on the flats. These little chicanes though, just keeping them honest. As this second chase group weave their way through. And this will be almost similar to that second chase group we saw in the elite women's event, that perhaps their aim will just be to get on the back end of that main pack before the end of the bike.
If they can start the run at the same time, then some of them might, you know, have a good chance for a good overall position. If you're starting behind, then it's a bit of a difficult task. And you could also see, like in the women's, once that big group had established, the pace kind of dropped down a little bit. So that's when Edda made her move and the rest of the girls joined her to catch back up again. The pace is probably going to be the highest for the first 2-3 laps. Once the pace has settled and the group has settled, then it, you know, can drop a little bit, or it's sometimes difficult to motivate people enough for the full 40Ks.
And this is the back end of that second group, the Ukrainian Demanyov looking to try and catch up. One of the Russians making a full spurt to the back end of that second chase group.
I wonder where he came from.
Absolutely flying.
It wasn't a rush. In these kind of positions, it's all about, like, you really have to put your head down and work that little bit extra. Because if you get back on the pack, then it's going to be easy and you're back in the game again.
Let's hope somebody's put something down on the cloth at the transition zone so it's not billowing up once again.
Yeah, it's secured now. Good. To To be in no man's land between two packs is the worst place you can be in a race.
Why is that then?
Because you're isolated. And you have, you know, people ahead of you sitting in a pack and moving quicker, working less. And you're doing all the work by yourself, and it's going to be, you're probably going to drop backwards.
All the energy drain of a breakaway from one pack with all the tiresome strain of trying to catch another group in front of you.
Yeah. And most times you're better off waiting for the pack behind you than to try to do it by yourself.
Matthew Wright leading them through. Because Pirtle's still staying up front. Yes, then Harriet in third at the moment, but there's a long way to go yet. So we're through the halfway point of the bike element of the duathlon this morning in Kazakhstan. You're on triathlonlive.tv. Patience was certainly a virtue for those that were able to find podium positions this morning in the elite women's event. Rueda, the winner, for instance, was happy to have her spell at the front of the main group and then drop back as the second half of the bike continued. It's none of the big names in the kind of top 10 jersey numbers that have really pushed the pace on the bike so far.
And I think again, like in the women's race, it's the first 2-3 laps. You push it and you try to see what's going to happen, how it's going to play out. Here, same in the women's race, the race kind of settles. You're in the 2-3 distinct groups, and you realize it's going to be very difficult to change this dynamic. And then the pace is settling in, and everyone is kind of happy to go through the motions to get to the run. There's a lot of freewheeling at the back. I don't think the pace is super, super high at the moment.
Now it's all calmed down, hasn't it? As much as we saw earlier this morning, it's a large group that are happy to wait and fancy their chances on the run. Use the transition and the run to separate things out.
Yeah, I think the next move is going to be as we get closer to transition and that hustle for the T2 position.
Oh, is that another attempt at a breakaway just out towards the front here?
Love it. Go for it. But it's also a smart tactic, because at some stage the chase pack or the main pack might be like, oh, there's another guy going off the front, and then hesitation because you know it's not going to work, it's going to make a big difference. But suddenly that person might actually slip away and the time grows and grows and grows. So that person really benefits from it. So even though it seems to be like nothing is happening with attacks, the third, fourth, fifth time maybe it actually happens. And if you're the lucky one who gets away, then you know that could be your day and gives you your top 10 or top 5 or whatever you're looking for.
Well, nothing has been too successful so far. The earliest push from the Belgian and the Austrian, or the most recent one, should I say, was eventually swarmed back into this group.
But you can see here the pack is pretty much taking up the whole width of the road. And when that, like if you see people being one by one and they absolutely strung out, then you know the pace is up. When people are next to each other, freewheeling at the back and taking up the whole road, the pace is not that high. The problem for the people wanting to break away is that everyone in the pack are fairly fresh. There's no one suffering, there's no one on the rivet or redlining. So if they want to catch up or reel the person in who's in the break, it's not going to be that difficult to do that.
It's the Australian Max Newman out on his own there, working against the wind. You can see those that are on the perimeter of the pack and that are out in front really almost burying their head down, trying to be as aerodynamic as possible, just to avoid the air resistance that comes on them as Newman making a push.
He's tucking down nicely into an aero position here, getting his head down, down in the aero bars, trying to take up as little, space in front as possible. Makes a huge difference on the speed and the watts. So you can push less watts with same speed, or if same watts but higher speed.
You can always feel it, even if you pop your head up just for a moment to look. It takes out so much of the speed that you've got and the momentum in the legs as well, and the energy.
It's quite significant actually. It's a huge difference. Some of these athletes have been in wind tunnels with their bike brand, testing various equipment, but also position. He looks pretty happy there, Bertel. So you know what position you should be in, where your body takes up the least amount of surface area. They also tested various, if you have a beard, if you shaved your legs. So you can test all that in a wind tunnel. What's the quickest, hairstyle for women? There's all sorts of tests done in wind tunnels.
I think with the top of my head, I'm perfectly designed for the wind tunnel experience.
Shaving the legs was quite significant if you had hairy legs. And also the suit that you wear makes a big difference. The body, the bike of course is super important, but also the body and how your body sits on the bike is a major factor.
And it's those on the inside almost grinding to a halt as they take the corner. Aerodynamics doesn't come into it that much when you're going that slow. It's just about power to get back up to speed. Newman's still out on his own. As you say, still tucked in relatively tight, although the hands now on the handlebars rather than the aero bars down the middle. Still trying to keep those as tight as possible. His stance is so different to those in the pack right now, isn't it? He's really trying to push and push on his own.
But there's when you break away, you're gonna have to put your head down for a certain amount of time to get away. Once you established a break, then you have to start to look down on your power meter, on your heart rate. Can I maintain this for the rest of the race? Because there's no reason to push yourself all out, so you're gonna bonk or hit the wall with 2 laps to go. But you're gonna have to find a sustainable pace that you can keep for the rest of the race.
That's what he's trying to do right now.
He's doing it quite well.
And tucked in tight. Must be a huge temptation when you make a break like that and you say to yourself, I'm going to keep my head down for X number of minutes. As soon as that's up, it must be so tempting to think I need to get up and look around and see what's coming behind me. But then you will be taking yourself out of that aerodynamic position, having to put in that extra graft to get back up to speed once more.
So it's like a commitment you do. Once you, they're actually out in it's a bit of cyclocross there, going into the grass. And the Russian is in completely wrong gear. He was in a heavy gear going up that hill and couldn't really get the speed up. Now, once you commit to the breakaway, you commit. You're gonna have to actually create the break, then you're gonna have to settle in, you're gonna have to keep on working. To constantly looking over your shoulder or looking around, it's not gonna help you. And you're gonna be prepared to work that hard for the rest of the ride.
I suppose it's a confidence factor, isn't it?
Yeah.
You trust in yourself that you've made that break and you can maintain it. You saw the grimace on Newman's face there. He's obviously working quite hard.
Yeah, it's not easy. You probably have to make some kind of deadline. You have to create a certain amount of time gap over a certain amount of time to see, is this worthwhile my energy? Am I creating enough of gains for myself for the run? Am I setting myself up nicely? Or am I wasting everything that I have and destroying my chances for a good run?
He obviously thinks he's still doing enough to make it worthwhile.
And if you're confident in yourself that you can run really well after flogging yourself on the bike, then you know you can go really hard, you can go flat out, and you can still run well and consistent. If you know you're suffering from working really hard on the bike, then maybe a breakaway is not to recommend for that athlete. And this is what I hear like from a lot of beginners being a triathlon. It's like, oh, it's so hard to run off the bike, and how can you do it? And my legs, feel like jelly beans, or it's difficult to find the legs. But that's something you practice. And these boys, like once you're at this level, you have so many sessions where you've done bike to run workouts, brick sessions. You raced so many times that you're, like for myself, my legs normally feels better if I biked a bit before, because you're so used to run hard off a hard bike.
And that, I suppose, is where ensuring you refuel on the bike is so important as well, to keep the life in those legs, to make sure they've still got energy pumping around in some way, shape or form, whether it's a gel, whether it's the isotonic drinks or whatever it is, to ensure that when you come off that bike, the legs just don't go completely.
Absolutely. Like if it's a swim, or like now they had a run this morning, the boys, obviously you can't refuel when you're swimming or you're running really hard. So in a normal triathlon, you spend about 20 minutes swimming hard, then you start the bike. Once you get to the run, you can't do so much more. You can't drink, lots of water. You can't take in any solid foods. It's really difficult to get a gel down. So the bike is your time frame. That's your window where you can actually first make up for the swim. And it's already been a few hours probably since you had breakfast. Maybe the boys had breakfast 3 hours before. So it's gone 3 hours just change. So you need to stop to like put energy into your body. So when you start the run, that's when you want to be having the best possible opportunity to run at your best. So if you're a little bit dehydrated, you're a little bit behind in terms of carbohydrates, then it's difficult to run at your full potential. And that's where you want to be. You want to be able to squeeze everything out of your body and do it at the best level you possibly could be at. But this is the job. Like if you're a full-time athlete, you should know these things. Even though it's hard to forget, like in the heat of the moment, like, oh, I forgot to drink, or I came back and I had a full bottle left on my bike. It's like practice and being quite hard on yourself. Like I have to drink this amount of the bike. Even though I don't feel like it, I'm not thirsty, I don't feel like I need it. I know I need it because I need it for the run.
Concentration on any sort of long distance event, time when you wouldn't say this is a long distance event by triathlon standards in any way, shape or form, but any event that's going to be around about an hour and a half, 2 hours or so out there. Concentration on, for instance, the bike, because it's so easy, I guess, to settle into a cadence, to get used to that, and then your mind can just start to wander if you're not thinking about that cadence, and you start looking around, seeing what's going on around you, even if it's noticing the beautiful scenery of a city like Nur-Sultan, and even if it's noticing the other races around you. It must be so easy to switch off, real mental distraction.
Well, I don't think they're looking at the scenery so much.
Of course, yeah.
But it's time passes very quickly when you're in a race, because you're racing and you're caught up in the heat of the moment. So your calculating brain isn't really maybe where it's at training. In a training, sometimes you can be lazy because you're gonna have a 2-hour break before you go for a run, or you have a bit more slack in the program. In a race, you have to do things like you said, like you have to have a plan, and you have to almost be like a robot or do it mechanically. Like I know I have to drink. I used to decide on 2 or 3 places on every lap on the course. Here I have to drink, because otherwise I would never feel like I have to drink, or I would really enjoy a drink. It's like something I just know that I have to do. Racing for long distance races, a lot of people actually put their watch like on a little alarm, so it rings like every 15 minutes. And I know with myself, I had like long debates in my head. I was like, oh, I'm gonna drink, but I wait till I get to the top of the hill. And I get to the top of the hill, like, oh, I was gonna go and pass to the next bit of forest. And you kind of push it because you're feeling all right. Like, I'm not thirsty, I'm not low on sugar. And then once you feel like, oh, damn, I need to drink, you've gone like well beyond the point where you probably should have drank.
Keep topping up as you go rather than getting exhausted and then trying to refuel.
Yeah.
Myrtle leading that pack through. Walkington hoping to push them on. Newman's still out in front though. Still in control of his own destiny right now.
So I wonder what the time gap is. We should try to get a clock on him somewhere.
Hopefully before or as he starts the final lap, we'll get an update of what the time gap is. Newman certainly looks a little more strained perhaps than he was when he first made the break, and looked very calm indeed as he comes up to that second hairpin, prepares for the slow, tight turn.
You will have a chance now to see where the chase back is and also make a decision. Like, it looks like it's a pretty good gap.
It's a fairly sizable one. It wasn't clear on our camera view just how far back they were, but far back enough. That group will get a good look at the leader now. Say it's over 30 seconds or so.
Yeah. I think it's more than 30 seconds.
Still got one more lap to go though. He can maintain this pace. Setting himself up very nicely. And that's what you were talking about earlier, the brakes. If you get lucky, if the pack decides not to go with you, if you can catch them off guard, it's a bit of a game changer.
This is what happened. He had like 3 breaks before. He was the 4th. He got away, and the pack is like, we're not going to care so much now. It's hard to get, the work organized.
This will be interesting to see, because it was 1:01:24 by the clock on our screens here when he approached the chicane, the leader Newman. It's already 30 seconds, and they're not there yet.
If he can get a minute or a minute and a half, I think a minute and a half would be good for him. Then it's actually in a really good position for the run. But so remember, his legs are going to be worked. He's gone really hard now for, a good 3 laps when he hits T2.
Around about 50 seconds, I would say, as the eye as we see it on here, the clock we have here.
But if he can settle into something like, a threshold pace now, so nice and consistent, the pack is still not interested, so the seconds, might, tick on to his favor. He's doing the right thing for the 10K.
He's weaving slightly across the road, left and right. Slight sign of tiredness.
Lost a little bit of his cadence as well. But it's very individual on what cadence you want to sit on. Some athletes are spinners, you want to sit on a high cadence. Other more like powerful, more like strong cyclists kind of prefer to sit on a low gear and kind of more grind it out. It looks heavier, but for someone who are used to that kind of riding style, it could be very efficient as well.
You can see those changes in cadence just in the large group behind. Everybody's slightly different, but about the same pace. Lap 6 of 6 is underway for the leader Newman as the rest of the group looks to join him. It's been really good work from the Australian. It's almost gutting when you see somebody who's put the hammer down like this and has tried to change this race in a certain way, and then see them get caught or see that they've perhaps gone too early or gone too hard.
Well, I wonder if he at some stage be like, damn, I have, a minute, now I have to continue. Why did I do this breakaway? It's going to be a really long day.
Should have done this a lap later.
Yep. Or I'm sure he would have someone to have joined him. Because 2 or 3 would have been so much more pleasant than being solo at the front.
Is the pack less likely to chase 1 than they are to chase 2 or 3, though, knowing that?
Well, like the first group of 3 that we saw that were, 2 super strong runners, the pack is very unlikely wanting to let that pack go up the road. With one person, after a couple of breakaways, they might be like, let him go. We're gonna catch him on the run. But they'd be like maybe a bunch of guys been able to catch him. The rest won't be able to catch him if he gets a minute and a half. And all these boys here are not, super brilliant runners. So even if Newman is tired and fatigued from the bike, he might be able to hold his ground and still beat a lot of the boys. But again, it's the balance between how much do you push and how much is it worth for the run. How quick could I run if I stick in the pack, and how many boys can I beat if I stay and start running with them from the main pack?
It's about a 40-second gap from those behind him for Newman at the moment. Perhaps the pack has just decided to start to eat into his lead that he's been able to cultivate for himself at the start of this final lap on the bike. That must be the other thing. For 2 laps, you've put yourself out 50 seconds or so in front, and then on that last lap, everybody else behind you decides to work and just eat into you.
Yeah, it's nice when you get the coaches and the whiteboard information that's like always, the time gap is growing, and now it's from like 20 to 35 to 50, and it's like, yeah, let's get going. But when you get the opposite, like it's, getting down and down and down, and mentally a worse place to be in.
How do you train mentally for a triathlon? Is it through just doing your normal physical training and knowing what your power outage generally is going to be, what you can and can't do on the course, or do you take extra steps with the mental side of things as well, talking to like sports psychologists and things like that?
For me, just trying to survive, in a single day of a life of a triathlete is, perfect mental training. And like my friends used to say, I have in Sweden we say a thick forehead. That's like you're pretty tough mentally. But I know some athletes are using sports psychologists. I had a very clever coach, Darren Smith, that I worked with for many years. He gave me some tools on how to think, like when you walk out to the pontoon and you're really nervous, like where's your focus at? So for me it was all about the process, things that I had to do, not about positions that I had to finish in. Like if you're only focusing on have to be top 5 today, top 5, and you forget everything about how to do it, it's nerve-wracking. But if you focus on all the little details, like the dive in, I normally take 8 strokes before I breathe and look up, and then you focus on the buoys and getting around the buoy in a good position, and you break it down to all these little bits. Then it's not a daunting process anymore. Then it's actually like, oh, this is stuff I do every day in training. It's not that difficult, and you go out and you execute stuff that you know how to do it. But if you find yourself getting nervous or freaking out or never racing to your full potential, then that's probably wise to have someone else to step in and just give you a few tools so you can change your way of thinking or how you adapt or handle things.
Newman out in front there. You see the head drop very low indeed, and I'm wondering how much is tiredness and how much is trying to be as aerodynamic as possible, as this group looks like it's starting to reel him in slightly, just from the fact that Newman was on the down slope of this bridge. This pack is already getting to that down slope now.
It's not as wide anymore as we saw before. It's a bit more the slight spearhead.
And this is the part as well where we start thinking about that transition stage, because they'll be going into the slow hairpin, then winding round to the banks of the river, the slow chicane that takes you onto that last straight down there. This is where people are going to want to start to get into position that they want to be in, into the space they want to be in for that final transition before going out on the run. He has worked his socks off on that bike to make the most successful breakaway that we've seen today in either race, really, on the bike.
Fair play. It's I like the courage, and I like when you're trying to create your own race and not just wait for it. It's how you learn racing and how you learn how you react in different kinds of situations.
Had some good results recently in the Oceania Cup. Finished 9th in Moreton Bay back in April. 2nd in the Gold Coast Sprint Triathlon in the Oceania Cup. Newman is going to be the first man going into the final transition unless anything drastically changes, but you can see that that pack has eaten into the lead because as he turns the corner, they are well and truly visible. And everything just looks a little more strained for the Australian at this point.
Starting to look back a bit more too now.
I have to say, I haven't noticed him drinking that much on this ride, on this push, and taking in much fuel. Now, we may have missed that when we've been looking at the pack.
Yeah.
And you hope that he has been disciplined and heeded your advice, as we've spoken about, and made sure he's got plenty of nutrients in the body in time for the run.
Ironically, it's like the harder you go, the more difficult it is to remember.
Focusing all about the power you're trying to put into your legs and not
Yeah.
about the power you need to put into the body. Dealing with this chicane for the last time on the bike.
I did a long road race a few years ago, and it was super hilly, and I had 2 bottles, and I figured, and it was really cold, and I was going to drink this, so I chucked one of the bottles, ended up getting a break over the hill, and then had to ride the rest of the 4 laps solo, and I only had 1 bottle. I was like, oh, that was really stupid. I could have needed everything right now.
Won't make that mistake again, though, will you? It's like the mix-up we saw at the first transition this morning in the women's event. As soon as one person has done it, everybody else will not make that mistake again.
Yeah.
Everybody else will know it's 2 laps rather than 1.
Yeah.
Newman coming down to go into transition before going out on the 10-kilometer run. He's got a gap.
And he keeps looking back. Just focus on the road ahead.
That head has been down, it's been up, and it's been looking backwards on this last lap. Far more movement in the body than on the initial breakaway that he made.
But he will have a clean transition. He won't have to fight or hustle with anyone else for right or left-hand side, or someone hitting him sideways with a bike. There's been a few accidents over the past years that happened in T2.
Just got to be careful of the footing as well. We saw Brandon Copeland slip on that first transition.
Oh yeah, it was quite slippery.
So it'd be interesting to see.
And he had running shoes on when he slipped. So you think that would be a bit of a grip on the carpet.
But he comes through into T2. The leader, the Australian, out in front, off the bike and getting ready for the run. He will be quite high up as well in this transition area.
Oh, it's not a big distance now. The boys are
Be itching to get those shoes on as quickly as possible and then get away from the melee of bikes that are going to be streaming into this area as the rest of the group comes in. Olaus, the Austrian, right up in front. Lunas as well, the German. Copeland keeps his footing this time. The Americans racking the bike too. Newman is already out on the run. There's a fair few. Look how quick Brandon Copeland was in transition there.
That was a textbook transition from him. Super fluent, very efficient, no mistakes.
The bikes has come off the rack. There's a few tired legs out there. A few just slightly stiffer than they would want to be at the start of this run.
They already ran 5Ks before the bike.
Who is going to be the main pace setter in trying to rein in the leader? That gap is not exactly a sizable one for sure. It's 3 Australians out in front. Matthew Hauser chasing Copeland, who's chasing Newman.
Hauser has been hiding quite well so far in the race.
Haven't seen too much of him. To be honest, we haven't seen much of Brandon Copeland aside from 2 quite emphatic transitions, one with a slip and slide and the other one that was near perfection.
But he also had the position nearest the camera, so...
That is true. Not the place that you want to be slipping all over the place.
No pressure.
Because Olaus as well is up with the Australians.
Matthew Hauser had a brilliant race in the Chengdu World Cup, winning that quite convincingly. That was over the sprint and the super sprint distance. He does a lot of Super League races, so used to the high intensity kind of stuff. It'll be interesting to see over the 10K how well it fares.
Yes, okay.
It's a little bit
Slowly,
undulating this
please.
run course too. Like there's some ups and downs, and I would say it's quite like tricky. You have the narrow paths, the U-turn.
Take the flat bike, go with the weaving, winding, elevating run course.
Should have put the bike course in here. That would have been way more interesting.
That would have been tight though on that hairpin, I tell you,
yeah.
going round.
Like crit race. So Lasse Lures had also a very good race in Madrid. Ended up with a photo finish with his fellow German teammate. He's been up to Sierra Nevada in altitude with his coach, preparing for the season, which is on 2,400 meters. So used to a lot of altitude training.
Had the fastest run in Madrid as well, Lasse Lures. Finishing second.
And that was by a hair with a photo finish.
Was that Sulwald as well, the South African who was just making his way to the front of the group?
He's a very good runner, Sullivan.
It's a long trail. You see the two Brits led by Benson and Merritt, right in the middle of the group. Copeland back there suddenly. Right off the front where he was.
Tomas, the Hungarian, he's the president of the athletes committee. So also another one who's very much involved in the politics of the sport. Sits in on all the ITU executive board meetings and really cares and puts a lot of time and energy into developing the sport for the athletes. And it's great to have someone who's the president in the committee to actually be racing and be out on the races and seeing all the athletes. Any athlete listening to this, remember we have representatives up there, so anything you want to say or come with feedback, or if you have any ideas, remember to tell us.
Probably not worth doing it though while out on track.
Yeah, maybe. Hey, Tomas, one thing I thought of.
Hold up, just wait for me a second, I've got an idea. You see the three Brits are all together, almost seemingly working as a group there. Might be a little bit of strategy coming into it.
It's Sullivan who made a break at the front. Leon.
That's correct. The South African making the push, just trying to put some distance between himself and Hauser. He is making the charge. We saw him make a charge early on the bike. He was frustrated that others didn't follow. He's going to be enjoying the fact that no one's really following him at the moment, though, as he has a little look behind to see what the other four are doing.
So I ran a 34:48 on the 10K. So it wasn't a super fast 10K, but I think with the 5K before and having the bike ride and what we just mentioned with a slightly tough run course with the wind and the gradients, it's a tired run. It's a tough run.
Probably quite relieved that it's not blazing hot here in Nur-Sultan though for this run as well. Still around about 15 degrees the temperature. Cool, not cold. Certainly not hot.
It's pretty perfect running weather. It's like that's how you want it.
You see, this is this slightly elongated group that's behind the four who look like they'll battle for second place if they can't reel in the South African. There is who made the early charge in the first 5K.
Yes,
Trying to catch on to the back of the German and the Australian.
He had quite an exciting race so far, with a stint off the front and then a penalty, getting back into the race.
He ends up just a few seconds off somebody and out of position. because of it. He will look back at that penalty and be so frustrated with himself. Sulwald, in the meantime, just struggling to really break away, although he is slightly extending that advantage out at the front. And again, he just seems to have, perhaps on this straight, turned up the pace slightly. Another look over the shoulder. Doesn't want to be looking too often. There's still a long way to go as he comes through to complete the first 2.5 kilometre lap of the 4 that they'll run. But he has the advantage right now.
They're all good runners, the South Africans, aren't they?
Something in the water, perhaps.
We had a DNF in Leeds last weekend. 19th place in Yokohama and a 31st place in Bermuda. So I think a win here would be a nice improvement for him.
He's been around about the top 30 or so in a lot of these World Cup events that he's been in, particularly last year in 2018. As I say, hasn't been in the top 10 since way high in a World Cup event on the circuit. It was back in 2017. But he's out in front. Top 10 isn't the aim today, that's for sure, for this man. McElroy, Howson on the comeback trail. That win in Chengdu in May.
Maybe McElroy feeling a bit of the fatigue from Leeds and everything that happens after you get on your first podium. Remember, there's quite a lot of stuff happening once you have your breakthrough race. You're gonna have all your friends and family congratulate you. You can have your Facebook and your emails kind of overflowing with people wanting to be a part of your fantastic podium.
I'm sure he enjoyed his celebrations as well. At some point, 10 career podiums for McElroy. He and Hauser have a 7-second gap to try and rein in between they and the leader. Certainly take another podium though, that's for sure, McElroy, after being so close in Mulilaba.
I think you get a fair bit of confidence when you race with likes like Birthwhistle and Gomez, and you get flowers and champagne and a good price check to cash back in the US.
Taken in cash rather than a check form, is it?
Of course, always cash.
Always the Bond villain briefcase.
Never ask me what's in my briefcase.
Is that what you say to customs when you're going through the airport? Sulwald.
Now, similar to like in the women's race, I think he's got this pretty much in control. He's feeling good and fancies his chances to run away with this.
Just seemed to make a little extra kick on the back straight before the start of the second lap, coming down alongside the bank of the river, and that's just given him that extra bit of separation. He had a look behind at the start of that straight and then kicked on. This is a group that I'm sure will quite like to try and close in on the Austrian just ahead in the form of
Montoya is having a great race today, having been out for racing for almost 2 years with depression. So fantastic to see him back in racing, really at the point end of the race today.
That group is around about fighting for 6th place or so, group of athletes.
Yet in Sweden there's quite a lot of discussion now about mental health with athletes. It's quite a tough world. We have Jenny Rissveds, who won the gold medal in mountain biking in Rio, and she's been out with a couple of years too with clinical depression and really struggling to get back into racing and find the joy and the love for mountain biking again. And she made her way back, and I think these days there's more support and there's a structure and a system around. So for an athlete, it's important to remember that there is support to get and there's people to talk to, because it's quite a interesting world. There's a lot of pressure. It's a lot of black and white. Did you win? Did you not win? And people are always judging you from your results and what you do on the races.
And I suppose there's constant judgment in your times in training as well. If you're slipping down in training slightly, then people will always be saying you need to do better, and you always feel like you're not doing enough, I guess, at times.
And it's a pretty cutthroat world where you have, selections for teams, for major games, for money, funding, sponsors, prize money. Everything is kind of connected to your results and your person. So to separate them and to find, this is a job and maybe this is not me as a person, but I'm also like a normal person and I have people that loves me for who I am outside the race course. It's very important. And media and like us, we're always going to sit here and judge people on the performances, right? Not like, he's a really nice guy and, he cooks pasta perfectly well. Like it's all about, you're looking good, you're running well, you're winning races, or you're having a tough day in the office today.
Well, I certainly will not be judging any of these athletes, that's for sure, because I certainly can't speak in any way, shape or form, and this man is starting to seemingly lengthen his lead at the front of the pile. South African Sobald.
Okay, wait.
Another look behind before he gets onto that back straight, but there is a fair bit of distance now between he and McElroy and Hauser. This is going to be a fantastic finish though if these two stay so close together for second place. It does seem like McElroy's just trying to push the pace a little bit more against the Australian, which is an almighty effort considering what it took to get second in Leeds last weekend. We spoke a lot about the travel that some of these athletes have done. Even going from England to Kazakhstan isn't a short journey in any way, shape or form, and to do that then in a week and be at this point, he's certainly hitting a purple patch in his career, Matthew McElroy.
But even with the travel, the jet lag, if you feel like you're hitting form, you're doing well and you're getting that boost of energy and almost like top of the world feeling. It's it doesn't matter if it's 3 or 5 or 15 time zones. You're going to travel there and kind of wanting to race, and you just done one race, you're freshen up, you're probably going to have a bit of a super compensation heading into the next one. You're going to feel quite fresh. If you can mentally reload and recharge and be hungry for it, it's not going to affect it that much. It's probably just going to be a positive thing.
Starting to catch the back markers, the South African out in front. It's amazing as well, you think about Matti Hauser up there in second at this point in time in an event from May 2018 until April 2019 after he finished at Yokohama.
He had a very serious accident. He was out for a long time just trying to heal his body and get his way back, and I think Chengdu was one of his first races back where he won it.
It was his first finished race, completed race.
Yeah, no, so he also had, like we see these athletes on the camera, but everyone had different roads to get through the race, and some performances are just quite spectacular when you think of the process, what they've been through to get to the race and to get themselves back into that shape. And I think it was quite emotional in Chengdu for Hauser to pull that win off, be back again at the highest level of the sport.
If he can follow it up with another podium here, that is a marker set down for the rest of 2019, that podium finishes, or the standard being set by himself.
It's a bit of a statement, isn't it?
For sure. This group a fair way back. Montoya German Lewis. Davis as well. Helping to push each other through, but podium positions seem to be to the question for these three today.
Normally it's quite nice to run with someone. You can pick up a bit of their energy and their rhythm. If you run with someone who have a slightly higher cadence, it can be a good reminder to like, okay, just keep someone's rhythm, or do this, someone's drinking, you can drink as well. So it's a bit of a safety and security around you.
That gap has gone from 7 seconds to 12 seconds now between first and second, but mighty tight between second and third. McElroy and Hauser battle it out for the silver medal at the moment. That's going to be the photo finish, isn't it? That's where we're going to get the excitement down at the finish line. So we saw Kate Ward just pulling away from the group she was in to get third place. Race for second is on. Looks so calm there though, doesn't he, the leader?
Yeah, he's got this under control. Again, this is where you kind of find, you run within yourself and you find where you're at, how hard you can push. Mentally, it's quite nice once you build up a lead and you feel like I'm probably running the strongest today. Although I don't think he feels safe right now, he feels like, because the other boys are not that far behind, so any moment he's gonna let up the pace, it's an invitation for them to get back in the race.
They will be keeping eager eyes on the man up front who is in their visibility, but not at the moment within touching distance. Just seen there, McElroy with a slightly higher cadence at times than the Australian counterpart. But we spoke as well in the women's elite race about the different cadence can sometimes put off an athlete when you're running alongside them. And
well, if you put someone, I think there was one race where, might have been Yokohama one year, when Jurgensen and Ayueda were kind of in the same picture, and it's just completely different athletes with different body types. And that's what I love about triathlon. You can look very different, you can come from different backgrounds, you race in totally different ways, and still you can end up sprinting for a position or being side by side. I don't think these boys have given up. I think they still feel like it's not that far up the road.
the gap certainly hasn't increased. It may have just been slowed down slightly from the eye. Just trying to use the cones to see roughly how far back. Maybe only about 10 seconds now or so. May have just eaten a little bit of time back into the South Africans' lead. Still over 5 kilometres to go as they approach the hairpin.
It's a gap, but it's not a massive gap.
Slowly, please.
And it can go pretty quick from if Vian is starting to feel a little bit fatigued and the other boys are in control, maybe feeling they have another gear. I know McElroy said in Leeds he ran it like a 10K, like he used to run it as a runner, where he started to squeeze it for the second half and negative split it. So if he still, if he can do the same today, then I wouldn't say the race is over.
You have to remember as well that the man leading the charge, Solvald, was the man that made the early push on the bike too. Probably very relieved at this point that he didn't maintain that pace on the bike and that the pack eventually enveloped him back in.
Stop.
Yeah, it's the cost cost efficiency calculation. But look how spread the field is now. It's all like 1 and 1 and 1, really, isn't it?
I think this gap is getting shorter and shorter though between first and second right now.
And I think when these two boys are getting the sniff that they are actually decreasing the lead up to Vian, or the distance to Vian, they're gonna just chuck it into another gear and wind it up a bit more.
Around about 7 seconds to the naked eye in terms of looking at the cones on the course. If the turn is a useful guide for how far back.
Slowly,
Quite
wait.
see where the other chasing 2R.
Oh, Matthew has
I was about to
done a
say,
few seconds now.
Hauser has made a charge and he's pulled himself away from the American slightly and is reeling in the South African. This is not over yet in terms of the race for first in any way, shape or form.
And we all know they're coming, so if he's probably gonna ease up and kind of slot in behind them and get a breather and kind of reset for the next part of the race.
Hauser looking so calm as well. Quite loose, not in a
And
ragged sense.
McElroy is struggling a little bit here. It's not quite at Matthew's feet. It's, you know, there's a few seconds between them.
He hasn't been able to maintain the pace. The Australian is looking to make the move.
And this is where like an even pace and consistency really pays out. So Vian obviously had a, you know, you put in another gear, he had a change of pace and he got that gap, and then he ran really hard for a bit, while Matthew just kind of kept it consistent, slowly by slowly got back into Vian's feet again.
Is there a reply from the South African as he loses the lead at the start of the second half of the 10-kilometre run? McElroy just dropping off these two. Phenomenal work from Hauser. That gap was up to around about 12, 13 seconds at one point, and then it just got demolished within the space of about 2/3 of a lap.
And this is the business end of it, the last 5Ks. Polaris is doing a good job too.
Slowly, please, slowly. It's very far.
Holding the, he must be in 4th position.
Hauser has made the push and is now pushing on.
It's looking really good. Running form, very like neat and good turnover. Working but not strained.
This would be something quite special indeed for him if he were to get a second gold medal in 2019 after such a long time out.
I think you had to employ me as a commentator because it seems like he's winning every time I'm commentating.
Yeah, he'll be praying that you're back on triathlonlive.tv every single week that he's running, that's for sure. McElroy. Another podium perhaps could be coming his way. Look at the gap that he's been able to pull out as well, the Australian already.
And the confidence that gives you for the second half. If you're feeling this good after 5Ks, you caught someone who's been off the front and you drop the person you're running with. That's a good setup for the last 5Ks.
2 races, 2 wins it will be for the Australian if he holds on. It's a long way back down the road suddenly to that man.
So mentally it can be challenging now, I think, for Vian to, you know, refocus, find his rhythm, get back out there and keep fighting for, you know, he's on the podium, he's in second. But it's like once, you know, you've gone off the front, you caught, then you're left behind. And it's easy to kind of be a bit negative and like, damn, I'm not feeling so good anymore. But that's the time where you have to like regroup. Okay, it's 5 more Ks to go. How can I do this the best as I can?
If you're McElroy, is this then the time to attack? Because that mental lapse in concentration, perhaps that reset button that Soval needs to hit, is making him perhaps a weaker opponent at this point. McElroy could really finish him off mentally if he made that charge, if he's got it in him.
Well, it depends on how good McElroy is feeling. If he feels good, then of course that's the time where you squeeze it a bit, because you caught someone, then you have an advantage. But if you're hurting, maybe it's like you're just kind of trying to get up to, I think it's closing in now actually, but you get up to his back, you have a breather, and then you try to figure out how much you have in the tank for the remainder of the race.
Yeah, it's not as fast as Hauser ate into that lead, but McElroy is certainly just starting to catch the South African as well.
So there's 2 different ways of doing it. Either you catch up and you stay behind and you're trying to, you know, shake your arms, relax, get your breath back. Or if you're feeling good, you just push straight away and you go straight past. but then you want to do it like in a decisive way, so you don't let the person you're passing to slip in behind you.
I just wonder if McElroy is perhaps just waiting because he knows he's quite tired, although again he's just got even closer to the South African, but he is obviously going to be straining from last weekend in Leeds and will perhaps think, if I can go on the last lap and finish him, that doesn't give him any time to counter-attack. It's going to be a phenomenal race for second. We thought this man was perhaps going to be the man involved in the thick of the action with McElroy in the race for silver. He is out front, though, the Australian Matthew Hauser. He's catching and lapping those around him.
10K is a long way. And it's exciting to see the changes, and also fair play for Vian for pushing it when he was feeling good and trying to make a dent into the race.
Finish line, being prepared.
Oh, they changed the laps.
The leader, the others.
They wait patiently for the runners to come round here.
Okay.
And the first man they see will be this man.
Still looks very composed.
It's okay. The leader. Okay.
Hauser on the charge,
Okay, wait.
lapping the Ukrainian. So just be careful of that cone that's out there.
Please wait the leader.
It's such a healthy gap he has now. All he needs to do is stay on the wheel of that mountain bike in front of him that's signifying that he is the leader. It will be a joy to see that in front of him for the remainder of this. Not quite shake the Ukrainian back marker though, I have to say.
Now once he passed Vian, it was quite a decisive move to go to the front, and suddenly there was 5, 10, 15 seconds between them.
Okay. Wait.
Down the back straight he comes.
And just to confirm, this should be the last lap, right?
Well, that's what I'm thinking, that we are on lap 4 of 4. Hauser is getting prepared to make it 2 golds in 2. This is a quite remarkable achievement from the Australian. It is the perfect way to signify a comeback into the world of World Cup triathlon. And he's doing it in emphatic style here. Relatively patient through the majority of this race. But when it mattered most, he found that extra gear and was able to scythe down the South African in front of him.
This is the last.
He's already taken high fives from some of those watching.
See you later.
It was a very quiet high five.
Perhaps not the same sort of smiles that we saw
And
from Ayueda.
Vian has made a move on McElroy.
McElroy being left in for third, but first is going to go to the Australian. Back-to-back golds in events for Hauser. Elation once again on top of the podium. What a remarkable achievement as Suvald will take silver. Well deserved as well for the South African, who's tried to push the pace for a lot of this morning's run. And then McElroy coming in to finish third. Back-to-back podiums for him after second place in Leeds last weekend. Holhaus, the Austrian, will finish up fourth, running solo. He doesn't have to look over his shoulder as Lasse Lurs, the German, will take fifth. But a remarkable achievement from the Australian. An absolutely brilliant 10-kilometre run. And there is exhaustion all round from the top 4. Montoya coming in as well inside the top 10. A fantastic finish for the Frenchman. fellow countryman joining him, Huber Muschberger. Finish as well for Morgan Davis. And Copeland, after that slip in transition one, able to have a strong finish as well. Solvang just struggling there at the finish line. These men are absolutely drained after an hour and 45 minutes or so of really competitive racing. Matthew Hauser is the star of today. Max Newman, who pushed so hard on the bike, just forlorn on the floor, absolutely exhausted. He pushed the tempo perhaps a little too early. He had nothing left in the tank for the run. Very impressive bike though from him. So he looks to continue to make waves on the World Cup stage. There will be some frustrated to be outside the top 10, that's for sure. Didn't see much of Dmitry Polyansky as the other Polyansky comes through, Igor Polyansky. But well, let's have a chat with the winner now. Matthew Hauser is down there at the finish line.
Matt Hauser, Australia, winner here in Nur-Sultan. A spectacular finish. Your expression at the end there said everything.
Yeah, thanks very much. It's only really my second standard distance, even though it was a duathlon out there today, but I really wanted to give it my all and prove that I had that 10K leg speed, and which I obviously did on today, so I was really happy with that and got a lot of confidence in the MTR, mixed team relay format, sprint distance, and now that standard distance, so looking forward to the season ahead.
Yeah, it's been a great start to the season after last one was cut short. You're obviously feeling in good shape?
Yeah, really good. I mean, I've come back with a bit of a chip on my shoulder this year and wanting to prove a few things, and shout out to the boys out there, Matt Mack and Solwald. It was great racing out by them, and Brandon Copeland, my training partner, in 9th place as well. So, yeah, great race out there today.
Yeah, Wien went off pretty hard over that last second half of that run, but you just felt that you could catch him?
Yeah, I just needed to control my tempo at the start, and Matt and I were working pretty well, swapping turns off on the run, and I knew if I could conserve that early on, I'd be able to kick down and have the leg speed to come over the top of Wian, so it was a good race.
Another brilliant result, well done.
Thank you very much.
Chip on his shoulder that is bringing out the best in Matthew Hauser, that's for sure. The winner in Chengdu is a winner in Nur-Sultan. Kazakhstan will have a celebration with Australian colours this evening, that's for sure, when it comes to the men's elite race. The rest of the field starts to come through in drips and drabs. We can have a chat with Matthew McElroy, who finished up 3rd today, the American. 2nd in Leeds, he's down there at the finishing line.
The hard final 10, huh?
Yeah.
Matt McElroy, silver here in Nur-Sultan. Congratulations, that was a heck of a run.
Yeah, it was, you know, on paper after Leeds, looking at the two back-to-back Olympic distances, I knew the legs were going to be, you know, really heavy today. So aerobically, I felt like I was fit, but the legs weren't there. You know, I have to applaud Matt Hauser and Vian, who trains with me on a daily basis, for coming in right in front of me. It was a real hard race today.
Yeah, when Vian put the hammer down there, did you think, oh, how am I gonna keep up with that now?
Yeah, he's a good runner. I mean, I run with him, you know, every day at practice, and I knew when he went, he was feeling really good. I could see it in his face. He was really composed, and he looked really strong today.
And I mean, on paper again, like the duathlon format looked like it should probably suit you as a strong runner. How did you approach that at the start?
Yeah, so about I think it was about 4 years ago, I was under 23 duathlon world champion. So I've done this sort of format before. Actually, I did it the opposite, where it was 10K first, 5K. So this was it was a little bit of a change, but it was really fun. Just changing it up a little bit, not doing just a regular triathlon.
Well, the form clearly continues. Well done on your silver.
Yeah, thank you.
McElroy with the humble brag about his pedigree in duathlon as well as triathlon after the fantastic weekend last weekend. He wraps it up with another podium finish, the American. you were talking about during the race how interesting it is when athletes that work together, train together, then push each other out on the course, and McElroy certainly felt that his training partner Vian Souwald certainly did that for him today. The South African really put the pressure on others around to try and reach a higher level, which they certainly had to push themselves to do in terms of those that finished around him, Hauser and McElroy. We can have a chat now with Vian Souwald, the South African, down at the finish line on his silver medal today.
South Africa's Vian Souwald back on the podium. That took a lot out of you, that run, huh?
Yeah, I mean, I went for it quite hard on the start. I felt pretty good, and I knew when it was the F1 was gonna, come down to that last run. And yeah, I went for it. Almost paid off, but when you've got Matt Hauser and Matt McElroy running you down, that's two class guys to try and stay away from.
Yeah, tough guys indeed. I mean, yeah, how were you feeling over that last 2.5 when Matt caught you? Did you think the writing was kind of on the wall?
When he was catching me, I was like, I'm just going to sort of try, play the card I've got now, stick to second. He came past me really strong, and I was cramping up pretty badly. And, I just tried to hold second, and I managed to luckily do that.
Yeah, and you can rest easy now with back on that podium and pushing on for the rest of the season now.
Yeah, I mean, this is redemption, and I'm only getting started. It's really great to be back, and it's a really nice confidence booster. And yeah, I mean, I'll take this with me going into the training camp in Girona, preparing for Montreal World Triathlon Series, and hopefully I can just go to strength to strength from here on in.
Brilliant, Vian, well done.
Thank you. Bye.
Excellent work there from Vian Souwald. As we take a look at the top 10 here in Kazakhstan, Matthew Hauser with the impressive 1:43.50 finish, closely followed by Souwald, and then McElroy making up the top 3. Lucas Holhaus coming in 4th, Lasse Lewis coming in 5th, Raphael Montoya, an excellent run by the Frenchman, in 6th. Huber Moosbrugger, his fellow countryman, coming in 7th. Morgan Davis, the Brit, coming in 8th. Brandon Copeland and Max Newman, the 2 Australians, finishing up the top 10. A big thanks for joining us all here on triathlonlive.tv. That's our coverage finished from Nur-Sultan this weekend. Thank you for joining us. There will be more World Cup action from the ITU coming up later on in the coming weeks. But until then, from myself and from Lisa, goodbye for now.
First
ismerik azt a szót, majd nem akkor a kortfejébe,